Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone?
How did you get blocked? Oh, turn this down. I am not talented at this. Hi, Exposing. How are you? Hi, Gemini. Hi, Lady Luck. Kaylee. It's good to see Kaylee's live, stressing me out. And I'm sorry, I have a stuffy nose. I have a little head cold. Can you all hear me okay? Am I talking to myself? I hope not. Oh, thank you, Nicole. So today I was watching the news and I just wanted to go over this Idaho 4 case. So Mr. Bryan decided uh, to waive his right with his hold on just one moment. To waive his rights, and I find that odd. I guess I don't find it odd because if he feels that he's innocent, then he's going to want to expedite this. So that is actually what I was curious about, and what you guys thought about it. If any of you have paid attention to that at all, that case at all, it's very, very interesting. Oh, that's on another channel. Oh, Lady Luck, I'm sorry. Exposing. I hope Salty's getting some rest. I know he's been working his butt off. Hopefully he gets a little break in the weather. Oh. There. I'm looking off into left field. See, I think so too. I think that's why he waived his rights, because he wants to. They have to do a discovery, and when they do discovery, then he'll know what they have against him. Oh, that is so awesome! I'm so glad exposing that he was able to get some sleep. That's so stressful. Those roads are so dangerous when they're like that. Here, let me. Oh, I can't move that over there. For anyone who didn't get to watch today, I didn't get to watch the, let me move some stuff around. Let's watch some news for those who haven't got to see. Let me find it. I'm still getting my organizational skills going here. Let's see. So, what are your thoughts on this case if you are familiar with it? So, on his way to Pennsylvania, he got pulled over twice. And I believe one of the times they opted to pull him over, and that was to get fingerprints. I'm assuming that's what it was. Like, I don't understand why they pulled his butt over twice. If you think about it, if they were able to get like his fingerprints just off of him, signing his name to a ticket, that's pretty nifty. But he was pulled over twice on his way. I think he was in like Indiana or something. And after he got to Pennsylvania, I believe it was like a week or something later that they went and arrested him. Which I thought was crazy. So here's this little clip for those who haven't seen it. Oh, I made it too big. Okay, let me scrunch it back down. Scrunch, scrunch. Come on. Let's move this over here. So this was one of the times that he got pulled over. Let me make sure you guys can hear it. I think this is pretty crazy.
Suspect Bryan Kohberger's life as they try to piece together a possible motive in the murders of 4 University of Idaho college students.
We're trying to build this picture now of him, who he is, his history, how we got to this event.
Law enforcement sources say FBI agents tracked the 28-year-old's movements days leading up to his arrest at his parents' home in eastern Pennsylvania. It's located more than 2,500 miles from the house in Moscow, Idaho, where Kohberger is accused of stabbing Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin while they were sleeping on November 13th. Gonzalez is Investigators are combing through every aspect of suspect Bryan Kohberger's life as they try to piece together a possible motive in the murders of 4 University of Idaho college students.
Yes, Kaylee, they have actual video footage.
Of him, who he
of
is, his history,
his getting
how we
pulled over
got
and
to
ticketed. Like, he
this
passed the
event.
office,
Law
they're going down the
enforcement
highway.
sources say FBI agents tracked the 28-year-old's movements days leading up to his arrest at his parents' home in eastern Pennsylvania. It's located more than 2,500 miles from the house in Moscow, Idaho, where Kohberger is accused of stabbing Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Dana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin while they were sleeping on November 13th. Gonzalez's father says the arrest brings some relief.
This is the first bit of joy that we've had in close to 7 weeks. We hope they pick the right guy, and that gives us hope, and we haven't had hope for a long time.
Kohberger is a PhD criminology student at Washington State University and lived in Pullman, Washington, about a 15-minute drive from the victims. Police haven't found a murder weapon or said if Kohberger knew the students. Law enforcement sources say forensic analysis allegedly linked him to the murders.
So they said there's forensic analysis. So is this from when he got pulled over? And they got his DNA? Like, how do they know if this is him? They did mention earlier in another press conference something to the effect of like using like genealogy. So maybe he did like the DNA testing thing. I know, Steffers. It's crazy. Yes, he did, Nicole. He did. When he got pulled over, they're going to show it. When he got pulled over the second time, he goes like, "This is the second time I've been pulled over." Yes. I think that's crazy. Oh, it's okay, hon. Anyone that wants to help out is fine. Like, that's what I want. I want someone else's input. So I did a reading back on December 4th. And I think I don't know how well I described him, but I did describe him as someone that was very, very proud looking, like kind of arrogant. And even when he was going in and coming out of the courtroom today, he was still very like held himself in like very high esteem, like, just very, very proud of himself. And he did mention to the officers when they arrested him, if he was the only one arrested, like, was he just confirming that they actually pinpointed him, or maybe he was a second option? What do you think? No slump at all. Like, he's walking like straight. And it's like, it almost gives you this eerie feeling. Just the looks on his face. I didn't get an opportunity to put the pictures up. I was going to post some pictures that I got today. I don't think we've had anything like this in a long time. Right. So allegedly, how did they get it from him personally, just to verify it was him? I think it has something to do with him being pulled over multiple times. I think there's something with that. Because once that car has been pulled over, it would have been knocked off the list. It would have been put out by the sheriff's department, the police department. Oh, we've already pulled this car over. This isn't him. But if it isn't him, I'm not saying it is or not. hypothetically speaking, what if it isn't him? And so now he's taking the rap, and the real guy could possibly be out there still, or people could be out there still. They may have found it and just not said anything yet, because once he gets to Idaho and they're able to question him there, then they might be a little more apt to, spilling the beans. Remember, knowledge is power. Everyone, remember this statement. Knowledge is power. Keep your knowledge to yourself sometimes. He washed his hands in the sink. Like, what do you mean he washed his hands in the sink? Like literally? Like in his sink or at the house? Interesting. I'll put on a little bit more of relaxing elevator music. Keep the vibe good. This is a heavy subject. So forgive me. I should have put trigger warning. You know, a lot of times, so when you do or we do like a psychic reading, it can be about that person or about someone close to that person. It's heavier than the sun. And so you kind of like have to like evaluate it. Like, is this really referring to me or the other person? And it just also depends on like your energy. Is it feminine or a masculine energy? I probably would have to go look at her. Is this a reader? Is this psychic? Did they take a psychic to the house? Yeah, Kayanana, we were talking about that. Isn't that crazy? Like, how arrogant would that be? I'd be like, oh my gosh. Here, let's finish. They also have the where he got pulled
The
over.
public defender representing Kohberger in the extradition says about a month after the murders, his client went on a road trip home to Pennsylvania with his father that was planned at the beginning of the semester.
And so
They
he
were in
got
a
like
white
pulled over
Hyundai
like,
Elantra.
well, let me go back a little bit. Where is it? Let's see
On a
if I can catch it.
15-minute drive from the victims. Police haven't found
Oh,
a
I
murder
didn't go back
weapon.
far enough.
Police had Ethan Chapin while they were sleeping on November 13th. Gonzalez's father says the arrest brings some relief.
This is the first bit of joy that we've had in close to 7 weeks. We hope they picked the right guy, and that gives us hope, and we haven't had hope for a long time.
Kohberger is a PhD criminology student at Washington State University and lived in Pullman, Washington, about a 15-minute drive from the victims. Police haven't found a murder weapon or said
Oops.
that if Kohberger knew the students. Law enforcement sources say forensic analysis allegedly linked him to the murders. The public defender representing Kohberger in the extradition says about a month after the murders, his client went on a road trip home to Pennsylvania with his father that was planned.
So he made it all the way from here, and I believe on his ticket, it was dated around the 17th of December, I believe. And he got pulled over about right here.
At the beginning of the semester. They were in a white Hyundai Elantra, is the same make and model of the vehicle spotted near the scene of the murders.
The police department believes that the person we have in custody, which would be Kohberger, is the one who's responsible for these crimes.
In their first statement, the family of Bryan Kohberger said they care deeply
Isn't
for the
it?
four families
And they
who
had
have
been
lost
looking for
children.
that. I
They
would have to go
also
back
said
and
they are
look and see
fully
how long they had been
cooperating with
looking for that
police in an
Elantra, but I
attempt to
believe
seek
it's only
the
been a
truth and
couple
promote
weeks.
his presumption of
So it's about the
innocence.
time he left.
Danya Backus, CBS News, Moscow, Idaho.
Yes, he is freaky. So let's see. This is I think this is the footage of when he got pulled over. Like he looks so. Here, let me rewind it. Look at the look on his face. And okay, and this is his dad that's in the vehicle with him. Really? Kayanana, do you want to hop up and tell me about it? So if you look at the date of this is 12/15. Right here. December 15th. In this video, this is like really short version of it, but in the longer version of it, you could actually hear him say, "Oh, this is the second time I've been pulled over." He looks like Jeffrey Dahmer's cousin. I would be freaking mortified. Well, if he's innocent, I would be mortified. Anyways, I thought that was very interesting. Let me see if I can pull up what they stated at the courthouse. I think this is it. So this is through KTVB News. Gemini. Well, I do believe it's between one of two options if he's found guilty. He was at the vigil. I know. Amen. I think so too. and he's still young. He doesn't get the opportunity to behave and get out for some crazy reason. Goodness. So this is okay, so we'll play this one. This one is from I think I said it earlier where I found this one from. So this is the news conference from KTVB News.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Adam Reed. I'm the Director of the Communications Office of Pennsylvania State Police. Thank you for joining us here.
He has a little mohawk.
The order of speakers is going to be our Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner.
Oh, the Zodiac
Colonel
Killer,
Robert
right?
Evanchik, Major Christopher Paris.
Is there a way for it to
He's
put
our
on closed
Area 3
captioning?
Commander. And first Assistant District Attorney in Monroe County. After the speakers are finished, we will then take him to the trial. Colonel Evanchik.
Good afternoon. Murder at the University of Idaho.
This gentleman looks so serious. He is so content with himself right now and so proud. Oh my goodness. You can see the anger that he carries for this on his face.
I did not imagine the investigation would lead to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Oh, the first one?
Families of the victims, their friends,
Gemini guy, the first one that was up there.
Moscow, and the University of Idaho. No words can heal the pain associated with the loss of a child. Their young lives were ended far too soon. In law enforcement, we understand the best thing we can do for victims.
Steffers, they just think differently. I hope you're not into serial killers. That would be a crazy kink.
And their families is to follow every lead, collect every piece of evidence, and bring those responsible to justice. I am proud of the members of the Pennsylvania State Police who were able to help in this investigation. The cooperative relationship with our local, state, and federal partners stand.
Oh, I don't want to say that out loud.
The officers, troopers, and federal agents work together tirelessly, putting in long, difficult hours. Communication and cooperation are imperative to success. and to
Kayanana,
ensure
I
the
don't know how to
integrity
get
of
to
the
it
case
from this screen.
remains maintained. The culmination of that cooperation ultimately led to take the suspect into custody and afforded the families some sense of peace they deserve. I want to
Can you imagine how these families feel now? Like, I mean, they still lost their children, but they're getting a little peace of mind that, like, justice gets to be served. You know? Like a feeling of relief, if that makes sense. Like,
thank the Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police, and our partners in the Federal Bureau of Investigation for their support, assistance, and coordination. I want to recognize the Monroe County District
Gemini.
Attorney's Office. And finally, I need to acknowledge the members of the Pennsylvania State Police, police members
Thank you for making me laugh. I feel so poopy. I've had a headache all day.
And our Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations, who assisted in safely taking the suspect into custody in the early morning hours of December 30th.
So, see, it was only like 4 days ago, 5 days ago, right? They only did this like 5 days ago. So they had between, what did the ticket say? What was the date on the ticket? 12/16? Can someone type in chat? So I bet you they did. They had to run the DNA. Oh, goodness. Oh, thank you, Kaylee. She sent me the body cam footage. Okay. Okay, let's hit play. Oh, it's making him sweat. See, now I can't unsee this now.
Regarding this investigation cannot be released until the suspect is extradited to Idaho and presented with competent charge at the date. This time, I will turn the microphone over to Agent Harris, commander of Area 3, who was involved in the coordinated effort to take the suspect.
I wish there's a way to turn that ding off.
Thank you, Colonel. Area 3 comprises women and men from the northeastern part of Pennsylvania. I'd like to introduce to my left Captain Ron Kramer, who's the commander of Troop 10 Hazelton, by Carbon, and Royal Columbia and Texas County. I'd like to reiterate, as the colonel said, that Idaho law prohibits.
Oh, thank you, Kaya Nana.
So we're going to do our best today, talk about what phase we are currently in the investigation, and it has entered a new phase with the waiver of extradition. And continuing primary goal is the seeking of justice through successful prosecution and conviction, bearing the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So with that in mind, we're trying.
Could you imagine having to be on a plane with him when they fly him back to Idaho? Just asking for a friend. Like, could you imagine? I wonder if they fly him completely by themselves. I think they do, but I'm not sure.
Trying to balance essentially two things: the public's desire for information against the need to maintain the integrity of the investigation and protect the suspects, accused at this point.
I don't feel so bad. He made an oopsie
I'll
too.
now attempt to give you an operational picture with the best information I can release at the time. This begins when the Pennsylvania State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation troopers were contacted by the FBI about assisting with surveillance of the accused in this case. I'd like to take the opportunity to specifically thank several individuals. Special Agent in Charge Jackie McGuire and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Dave Carter from the Philadelphia Field Division, as well as Supervisory Special Agent Bill Vigorito of the Scranton RA. We're very lucky in PSP to have a collaborative relationship with the Bureau, both in Pennsylvania and beyond, and their people are absolutely excellent. So as the investigation progressed, Troop N Criminal Investigation Section, commanded by Captain Kramer over my left shoulder here, began to collaborate with authorities in Idaho. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Lieutenant James Curto, who is here today, Sergeant Anthony Ferdinand, Corporal John Chulop, who is not present with us, and Troopers Leary and Knoll, who are here with us today. It was through this collaboration and the charges pending in Idaho that those troopers were able to obtain search warrants and fugitive from justice warrant that was prepared here in Monroe County for the location in Chestnut Hill Township and the fugitive from justice warrant for Mr. Kohberger, respectively. I'd like to acknowledge the Monroe County District Attorney, David Christine.
Kayanana says also his parents cannot afford an attorney, so he'll have a public defender. There are only 4 available in that area, and 2 of them opted out because of the conflict of interest. which would make sense. So he has the choice of two. This gentleman needs to lay off the hostess.
As well as first assistant Mike.
I'm just proud of them for doing their job.
What we received was absolutely excellent. Once those warrants were obtained, the Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations, BSEC, coordinates our Special Emergency Response CERT. They were selected to serve those warrants, the 3 search warrants and the fugitive from justice. To define what CERT is, it's a full-time tactical team maintained by PSP to deal with high-risk warrant situations.
I would not want to be the one that has to go in there, knowing what he's done, and like confront him face to face. He probably gets to just direct people. He doesn't have to go run around in his boots, burning off his hostess.
Barricades and other incidents requiring specialized
Gemini, you're funny.
or other capabilities. From their perspective, we essentially task them to go out and serve a arrest warrant for someone accused of a quadruple murder. They're activated several hundred times a year throughout the Commonwealth. We don't typically hear of their work in a form like this because they serve the warrant for the sake of custody and make it about their ultimate discussion here between the highly trained and highly motivated. Captain.
What exactly does that mean, highly motivated? In his terminology, just wondering.
As the top com for this whole investigation, which will include responsible for coordinating the tactical preparation. So, tactical assets were then staged in the county, in Monroe County, into the evening of Thursday, December 29th.
I think I figured out how to get the ding off. I'm sorry, you guys.
In the early hours of Friday, December 30th, those warrants were executed. Mr. Kohberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI. Evidence was continued to process. Mr. Kohberger was then turned over to the prison, but he has remained in their custody since. I'd like to thank the Monroe County Sheriff and the Stroud Regional Police Department for their support.
They didn't even put him in the normal pokey. They just straight put him in the pokey.
Arrangements currently are being made to deliver Kohberger back to Idaho so he can have continued due process. With that, I'll turn it over to
Does anyone else sense that like he knows something that's not been told, because he sounds so for sure? Like the way he's presenting this without saying too much is almost like, oh, like he's very for sure that this guy is guilty. Or is it just me? Am I just reading into it too much? See, that's what I thought. I thought that there was no, that he wasn't in any database. Right. So they did have to go to like Ancestral, sorry. So does that mean maybe like, are you meaning like his parents? Like, did they test his relatives just to confirm that it could have been him? Okay, sweetie, hold on. Like when you say genetic testing, are you meaning like from like ancestry, or are you meaning from like one of his relatives? I don't know. I don't think he is, but that's just my feeling I get. Can't it be both? He could be innocent. He could still be a virgin for all we know. Hi, Lovey.
Hello, hello.
How
Um,
are you?
what they're saying is, what's it called? You know, when the new thing everybody's doing where you like send your DNA through the mail. I think it's called Ancestry, maybe.
Like 21 and Me, or
Yeah, like where you're like trying to find out your family tree. That is how his DNA got matched.
oh, so he has done the 20, is it 23 and Me or 21
I,
and Me?
I believe, according to the Reddit article, I haven't heard a news source say it, but the Reddit was saying that his dad was actually the one that gave his DNA to the Ancestry thing, but they had something, I guess, to compare it to with that to at least have somewhere to look. But from my understanding, they were watching him. You know, they were suspicious of him way before they said anything, so they were like watching him to see if whatever his his actions added up. It's just weird. It seems like he was with his dad a lot, so if he didn't do it by himself, that would be who I would think that he would.
So his dad must have flown. Does his
He did.
dad still live in Pennsylvania? Because I mean, his dad would have had to have flown
The
to Idaho.
Fox, yeah, the Fox News thing that I sent you, actually she actually talks about that because he, for whatever reason, like flowed with him and then rode with him from Idaho to Pennsylvania when he left for Christmas break, which I thought was just weird. Like, I don't know. I mean, I could give my opinion, but that would be like, just giving a guess. But I can give a couple of guesses of why. But it's weird on a completely unbiased way of looking at it. Why, it's not like he's 18, 17. He's grown, done it, and took the ride before. Like, why do you have to come have your daddy ride with you home?
Right, because I mean, he had to get out there somehow. Okay, so I did catch this. I thought this was very suspicious. So he was actually following them on Instagram, two of the girls on Instagram, months
Ago.
before
Yeah.
he even moved.
Yes.
So that gives me the
That's
the
probably
inclination that like he had like a serious crush, like how I had mentioned in the reading.
yeah,
Like
almost
he
like
had
an obsession. Yeah.
yeah, and so he intentionally went to that school
Yeah.
just to be close to them
hmm
and kind of stalked him until he really got to know him, and then he was like, because
Yeah,
he was
because
rejected.
he was studying like human behavior and how to analyze it from a criminal aspect. So what better way to know how to, like, what to watch for in order to find them in a vulnerable position, you know?
Kaya Nana said that him and his dad had planned that trip a month before he did it. So if that's it, then he literally called his dad right before he did this act, and you know what I'm saying? Because that took place back in November.
Yeah, so what if it okay. That's
You know
got
what
my
I'm
wheels
saying?
turning in a whole nother way, because what if maybe we're looking at this all wrong and maybe he was just the fall guy for his dad, you know? 'Cause,
Oh, you mean like his dad could have done it?
like, yeah, or maybe it was something they were bonding. I mean, I don't know, stranger things have happened. Like, because listen,
Kind of like
even,
the little doggy show, Hostel?
yeah. And almost
No.
like, well, listen, if you think about it, there's something that was going on from childhood that, all him and his siblings have he wanted to take a criminal aspect from it, but both women that are supposedly his sisters are tied to being like adolescent and teen aged therapists or psychiatrists. So that makes me think that they have some reason to want to try to help kids. So something probably happened to them as a kid. And what if it was whatever the something was the dad, like, and it's just kind of weird that for someone that age, like, I can understand going home for the holidays, but you got to have your dad, you plan it a month in advance for your dad to drive you back. I mean, I get that's a long trip, but fly a plane. I mean, fly in a plane.
Steffers, do you know which two girls he was following on
Oh,
IG?
I do. Yeah, it was Maddie and Kaylee.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have went on a date with
No,
Zaina.
no.
Steffers said allegedly he went on a date with Zaina.
Well, according to the what's it called? Not CNN, the other one, CBS. They did an update on it. I think it was like 9 something this morning. And it says that Kaylee's dad said that he will confirm that there is some kind of connection to the Bryan guy to Kaylee, but he's not comfortable with saying what as of now.
Oh, I wondered if it's at friend's place.
And somebody at the beginning, I think it was Kaylee too. It might have been Maddie, but I'm almost positive it was Kaylee. That at the very beginning, something was said like about from her friends that she had a stalker.
Right.
But then it kind of just got mixed in with all the other stuff, and I don't remember like on a public level it really getting talked about much more after that. But then I wasn't studying it until like 3 days ago.
Stacy H says, I think he is autistic. He's very bright if he's autistic. And I mean, autistic people can be very bright. They're just socially awkward sometimes.
Right.
Well, most of the time.
Right. Well, he wasn't awkward though. It was different than that. He was like a-hole, he was just arrogant.
Oh, so like someone else.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. We won't mention any names.
Yeah.
So this is a non-bashing channel, just so everybody knows. Yes. We all love each other here. Give out loves and hugs and kisses. So I wonder, this whole case, it like threw me for a loop. As soon as it happened, I've been like attached to it, but it's so violent that it's like hard for me to deal with. And so like I only get to catch bits and pieces of it because like I'll see something and then it doesn't mix with my heartstrings.
Yeah, kind of. I watched JB because he's actually local for me, so I probably caught a lot of the same news clips you did. WSLA with JB.
Mm-hmm. So someone said, I just missed it in chat. Someone said that it was maybe his dad right here. Lady, oh, here comes Alice. Alice is off. Yay.
Yippee. Sorry. I was
Hi,
getting
babe.
caught up on something else. I didn't realize I was still a mod for certain people.
Oh, do I not have mods set up?
No. I meant I went over to the SL show and JT was up there and was talking crap about Salty, so I jumped in the chat for a second, but he left, and that's when I realized I was still a mod over there.
Oh, I didn't. I must have missed it. I was too busy blown away at the fact she had the last person that was up there on. But golly, she's just on a roll tonight if she had him up there too.
Yeah, she was talking about. Yeah. Never mind. I'll catch you up.
Ribbit.
Look, I'll tell you what got my attention later.
Okay.
Anyways, so what did I miss on this?
Okay, so we just started. So, but Lady Luck says they see his paternal side matches with his dad's sample on Ancestry. So it wasn't his; it was his dad's sample.
Right. What was all they needed to have? Just something. DNA is. I mean, more than I do. It's really weird. They can actually get down to the nitty gritty of what it matched up on to at least know. Okay, well, if it's on the paternal side, he's only got a daughter and son. So
it's just math from there.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And then having something to match it to is like, well, if it didn't match to him and it's only, and his DNA's in it, then you have to start going down his family tree. And I'm sure they didn't have to do much looking into him on what's it called? Like a social level. Every person that they interviewed, every friend they talked to says the same thing, that he was either didn't like not antisocial because he did try to interact, but when he did, he was like trying too hard. And it came off very weird and
awkward.
Offensive and awkward. And he was like immediately went from that to violent. Like he was this wasn't the first time he lashed out physically.
So maybe he has anger management issues.
Yeah,
obviously.
Apparently he was like overweight, maybe in elementary school. It might have even been middle. But
That's right. And then he went on that vegan diet.
Yes, and lost a bunch of weight in an unhealthy way, like super fast.
I
And
have a
then
question.
was
Hold,
like,
hold that thought, because you're you're way better at keeping in like your memory better than me. Did I say that he was like tall?
yeah, you said dark hair.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
Dark hair and tall, right?
Mm-hmm. And you
Okay.
even said that he was like, how did you word it?
Because I think he's like 6 foot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stacy's here. Is this Stacy from Ben
Does it
Oregon?
say? Yeah, that's her. That's Stacy.
Stacy, hey Stacy.
Hey, girl. Hey.
Hello, Stacy.
Is she here? Here? Like she in chat?
No, she's like on panel.
Oh, she was having trouble with her mic last time. If you are on your phone,
It just says Stacy. Oh, she hopped off. Maybe she'll hop back on. Okay, go ahead.
you're gonna have to. I done completely lost my train of thought. You're
Oh
gonna
shit!
have to, you're gonna
I'm
have to
terrible.
redirect me. Where? What was the question?
Okay, so, shit.
Oh,
Okay, so we were talking about like the
Height.
DNA thing
and the
and
height.
his height.
Yeah, because Kainana says he's 6'1" or 2 and weighs 185 pounds.
So he is 6 foot.
Yeah, 6'1"
Okay,
or
so-
2. And Stepher said yes, you did say he was tall and had dark hair.
Oh snap!
She said this was the first time I seen you. Was the night you talked about this? Yeah, that was it was I think the 8-hour stream.
Steffers, I did that reading on December 4th at like 10 something at night.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like leery about posting anything because I really wanted to see who they arrested before I posted it.
And who wants to be wrong when you?
Yeah,
post
I
something
didn't
like
want to
that?
be wrong, but I could just feel it in my gut. Like I was like, oh, and I did. If you go back and look at my other channel, like I had posted it a couple of weeks ago. Like I had posted it. I just didn't put it on Tainted's channel.
Right.
Well, you played it
And
for
then-
us the other night, and it gave me chills.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, I have to
Yeah,
go to the
that
other- I have
was
to go to-
that was literally like the hour or whatever, the same day that he got arrested, because it was so clear.
Hi, Stacy. How are you? And maybe she's having mic issues.
How did they get his DNA, Gemini guy? From what I'm understanding from the news clips and from the buzz going around online, I believe his dad did some kind of like where you mail your sample in Ancestry, or maybe is what
Yep.
it's called, and like gave his to try to find his like how do you say that word, genealogical tree, family tree, and that
Genealogy.
yeah, and they got his DNA from the crime scene, and when they ran it, it got a what's it called, a paternal match in that database, the Ancestry. So then they know he's only got one son, so the rest, like Alice was saying, is just math when you have that much to compare it to,
It's crazy. And I was thinking back about this, like, from dealing with blood and stuff myself. If anyone's ever been around like a large amount of it, it doesn't feel like water.
Isn't it like more dense?
Yeah. Well, because it like solidifies, how
Right.
like, when you get a cut, the cut heals, and so it has to coagulate. And so you have to imagine like it starts to like becomes gelatinous, like gelatin kind of stuff.
No, I would say with as much force as was used on the victims, there's no way that he got out of there and didn't sweat, or because that, like Danielle was saying the very first time we talked about it, the energy alone to put the knife in somebody with that much force and pull it out, like that takes a lot of
Very
physical.
tiring.
Yeah, and there's no way he's not sweating or letting
Or
out
cut
some kind of
himself in the
saliva.
process.
Right, exactly.
If
I'm sure
any-
his DNA
yeah.
was probably everywhere.
If any of you have ever had to give yourself injections, so like a similar density to just like an not an SQ, but like an IM injection. Like I had to do PIO shots in my rear. And the density of it is like putting it into an orange. It's like your skin is like kind of thick. It's not as easily cut as you would imagine. So you're right. It would take like a lot of force to like penetrate that far and actually do the damage that he did.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Really stab another human being.
Yeah,
Right,
because
like, but for it to get like into like you were just saying, for it to get to do internal damage, that's more than just poking him. That's like you have to put force behind that. Yeah, I don't care how sharp it is.
And twist and
Exactly. Yeah, and I don't even.
And you're going to
warning.
cut yourself in the process because it's going to be slippery, and no matter what you wear on your hands, it's going to get slick, and you're going to lose your grip on the knife.
Oh, listen, there's no way whatever he drove back after that is the seat. It should just be red. There's no way he was getting whatever he was wearing. He had to have been covered in blood because you're up close and personal when you do when you kill somebody that way. You can't. There's no standing far away. There's no way.
So Kayana says that they said that there was DNA under one of the girls' fingernails, which means that
they fought.
One of them was smart enough to scratch him.
Oh yeah. Well, I remember one of them's dad said that based on her wounds that you could tell that she fought to the end. Like she fought. She gave him a run for his money.
That was Kaylee, wasn't it?
I think so. But she's also the one that I hear.
Oh, Gemini, you're fine, hon.
Had the more extensive injury, so I don't know if that's just because she fought back more, or maybe because she was the intended target. Because that's just a matter of perspective from where you're sitting. Because unless he says it, I don't think you'll ever know. That'll just what his intentions were, or why certain ones got it worse than the other.
I was watching a stream earlier, one of my my favorite channels, Bullhorn Betty, and she said that you could almost see like there's a scratch on his face.
Oh, really?
In that video where he got pulled over.
Oh,
like there's a scratch on his face, like a fingernail mark. That's crazy you said that, because someone in her chat said that. That looks like there's a scratch on his face in that video.
Which video?
The video of when he got pulled over by the officer on that
twice in one day.
Yeah, that is like.
Yeah.
Well, they were in Indiana, so he couldn't have gone far before getting pulled over again.
Yeah, he got stopped once. I don't know what the first one was for, but I know the second one was because he was following behind a tractor trailer too closely. And it was a state trooper.
I know that they sealed up all of the findings that they had and everything until he got to Idaho. Did they unseal that?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, they said that they wouldn't do that till they're able to handle
until he goes in front of a judge in Idaho. They would be in trouble with as far as his rights, like because he hasn't technically been told by a judge what he's being charged with in that state, so another state wouldn't have the right to.
That's why they're not releasing any of their investigation findings or
right, which is really smart on that aspect, because you only get one shot to put it in front of a jury and all that, and you don't. It's stuff like that. You'd be amazed at people that walk on stuff over clerical simple mistakes that are made by the.
Because somebody didn't dot their T's and
literally, yes. Mm-hmm. So with something this big and with this much, this many eyes on it, you got to make sure you do it by the book, because you got a lot of family members that are. This is all that they have to hold on to, that they're going to have any kind of hope or justice for young adults that had their whole lives to live.
It's just craziness.
It's very senseless, if nothing else. Even if he had some kind of weird crush, that's just senseless to do something like that.
It just blows my mind. There were 4 of them, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, and they didn't hear one another getting hacked up from up or down.
I'm kind of in the middle on that, because I can understand it, especially considering they all were like out doing their own thing, partying. It was late. They could have been drinking, and so plus,
maybe one set was killed before the other ones got home.
Well, or just the ones. You mean the ones that were on the bottom floor that didn't hear it, that called the next day?
Yeah, and that's another thing that confused me, was how that there were 2 that survived. Yeah.
Well, from my understanding, though, they were like, it was kind of like a party, not like a party house, but college kids are college kids. So I don't think tussling around or a little bit of, you know, I don't think they'd heard the screams. I don't think if they might have heard like a boom or maybe like footsteps, but I don't think they would have thought anything of it because it's normal behavior for them. They've always
I
had
know
people
the only
in and
reason
out.
why they got a call, why anybody was notified was because somebody, and they think it was him, who called and made that anonymous tip about an unconscious person being in that place.
So who would that have been if it wasn't someone from in the house?
Right.
They said it was someone from in the house that made
That's
that
what
call.
I thought. That's what I thought. But then they didn't call 911 first. They called a friend because they thought the person was just drunk because apparently
How could they think they
Now,
were
if
just
there
drunk
was
with that
that
much
much
damage
blood,
physically done?
apparently they just seen him laying on the floor. That's what I thought was weird because with that much blood, it didn't get there right before the cops got there. They had to have been everywhere, and anything just got worse. I don't know. I've always thought that was weird, but it would be.
Do you think that he could have called from not in the house per se, but like close to the house?
But why? But I don't understand why though, unless he wanted to.
I think he was testing to see if he could get caught.
You think so? You think he did it with the he gets off on the almost getting caught, or like the arrogant sense of it, like he didn't want anybody else to take credit for his work?
well, look at what his study was to begin with.
Right.
For, so that's a good answer right there too. How else is he going to get the material that he needs for his study? This could be just one big sick joke just for his
or some sick like
thesis.
social experiment in his brain. Think about it. Like he's studying the police response time. Like I mean,
thinking
wow.
that he can just hit reset and get away with it because it was all in the name of an experiment.
Right, and then get on Reddit and go on and like do a like a report about wow, that's sick when you think about it like that.
What was the date on that Reddit page?
December 12th at like 12:30 or 12, in between 12 and 1 in the afternoon.
So he did that Reddit page technically before, because he got pulled over on the 17th.
Yeah, but he committed the crime. It was almost a month to the day after he killed them, which is kind of weird.
Yes, but the Reddit page was in December.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And he killed them in November, so it was almost a month to the day afterwards, because he killed them on November 13th. This was on December 12th.
Yes, but he got pulled over.
Right, so that means he was back and forth? Because why was he in Indiana and then he got pulled over also, remember, in Idaho right before the murders for a seatbelt ticket? It was like maybe 6 weeks before the murders.
No, what I'm saying is he was basically telling them where he was going.
Right.
If he was the one that wrote that Reddit.
Yeah, he said he was going to be in the woods in some shit, or excuse my French, some crap hole in the woods in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then that's where they found him, pretty much in the woods at his parents, because they're like in the woods. That's all that's around them on Google Maps if you look. So it was almost like he was baiting the trap, or I don't know. There's no way he didn't want to not get caught. No way.
Exactly. So see, if he did post that, he was basically saying, this is where I'm going.
Right. Yeah.
The police aren't stupid, and they're not going to give us every lead. They're not going to spill the beans on every lead, because they would blow the case with the DA.
Right. And plus, I think they wanted him to keep acting like, when someone thinks they've got away with something, they're more willing to, let out little like hints or some, they act more comfortably because they don't have their guard up. So maybe they were watching him and seeing if he just disposed of any evidence or just his patterns in general, and obviously got something set in stone, because the way they're talking about, they didn't arrest him like for they went all 4 murders and the burglary, so that means they know for a fact without a shadow of a doubt it was him that went in that house. So they got something. And like you said, they're not going to give it up, because then it won't have any validity when it goes in front of a judge if it's already been in the public. That's just how that goes, the system.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I listened when you told me about who and stuff. It's just keeping knowledge is power. Just you don't have to go on and say it, because then they can get a step ahead of you by knowing your move. If you don't say anything, then boom, you just make a move and then talk about it after, or you just not talk about it at all.
Hey, Mindell.
Welcome, Mindell. See, that's exactly. Yeah, that's what I think. So Gemini said he wanted the police to know where he was so he could get caught. Like I said, killers have to be caught. Yes, it's for the it's because it's the thrill, the chase, the thrill. It's like people who rob banks, they get a high from it, or steal cars, they get a high from it. And when the high goes down, then they have to go do another crime to
And
get
when it
that
comes
high again.
and
So
when
do
it
you
comes
think
to
this was the
serial
first time?
killers, Ted Bundy actually didn't commit most of the killings that they accused him of. It would have been extremely impossible. They just wanted to close a lot of those cases, and he took the credit willingly. Because
Yeah,
there have
but
been a few
that's
cases where one murder happened here and then another one happened at the body. It had to have happened at the same time. I mean, miles and miles away, and there's no way he could have been in two places at once.
It's very interesting. Let's finish watching this and see what he has to say.
yeah.
Let's see.
Mike Nichols.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I
I'm
haven't
Mike
got to see
Mancuso
this
with
part
the
yet,
DA's
so.
office, the First Assistant District Attorney. I want to give my condolences to the families of the victims out in Idaho for their loss. It's my sincere hope that this marks a clear step in the right direction of effectuating justice for those folks. My office's role was relatively recent. We weren't advised of the presence of the defendant in our county until only a couple days before the apprehension of the defendant. But when we were told, we came together and worked very closely with Captain Kramer, who did an excellent job in almost like a clockwork operation. Part of my duties were to ensure that 3 separate search warrants were issued. Those affidavits
What all did they
attached to those
search?
search warrants are still under seal, so I can't discuss their contents with you. But one was for the person of Mr. Kohberger, collecting DNA and photographs, that sort of thing. One was for the white Elantra vehicle, which I understand
Maybe
has
their
been
parents' house?
seized and is being processed. And one was for the address, the residence itself that he was living in with his family. I was at the scene, and I have to say that
Oh, so it was his parents' house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Major Paris and Captain Norm Kramer did an outstanding job in coordinating the efforts, not only of the numerous Pennsylvania State police troopers there, but officers from other jurisdictions and disciplines within those jurisdictions to make this a very smooth, highly competent professional operation. It is a quirk, apparently. It's not in the norm of the states I'm familiar with that Idaho does not release their probable cause affidavit in support of their arrest warrant until after their defendant is brought or returned to that state. But having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents. So that's a significant development. Beyond that, looking at the scope of the situation and the ties this defendant has to my county, I would hold our office at the disposal of the Idaho authorities to help facilitate a complete background investigation.
So that's exactly, remember when I was like, oh, they're probably not going to release it because then it's just going to give him information? That's why he thought he would, if he waived it, that he would be able to run back and find out what they have. Because remember, his study is law, but he's young, so he doesn't have the knowledge behind him that experienced detectives and, law enforcement agencies and lawyers. He doesn't have the years worth of knowledge behind him.
And it's not like he can Google it.
Right. Especially being in there. But I mean, he went into this allegedly, I guess I wouldn't say allegedly. We could speculate that he went into this knowingly. what the potential outcome would be in the process.
I don't agree with you, Stacy. Not on this one about the copycat, because of the fact that he studied what was his name? Not the Zodiac killer, but the other one you guys were talking about earlier.
Ted Bundy?
Ted Bundy.
No, the one that Kainan sent you the link to about the daughter who did a news conference today. She's the daughter of the Kainan. You'll say it in a second, so just.
Oh, they said today the judge in Idaho put a gag order
the
in
BTK.
Yeah. He was specifically studying him as one of his whatever, that you do in college, and apparently he had the same instructor that he did, and that's what the daughter mentioned, that she said it's not impossible, that she doesn't know for a fact that they couldn't have been writing letters to one another, because he was obsessed with him in a way that looked like
his pen pal.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly that. Mm-hmm. That's being looked into, but she said that she's concerned about his infatuation and his interest in him from an investigative standpoint, and then he does something like this. It makes you. She said it's one of them things that make you say, Hey,
exactly.
Salty.
Hey, Salty.
Y'all throw a 333 in there for your amazing Salty.
Or should you say Lincoln with his AO? Let's go.
AO. Oh, he's working. Shh. That's on the down low.
His instructor was very personable with BK killer, and daughter wants FBI to talk to her dad.
Mm-hmm. And see if he's ever been written as a fan by him, and it would be interesting to read that letter if he did, what questions he asked him and what specifically he wanted to know about, It kind of goes hand in hand with that survey that he did, I think it was 8 months ago. He said, "Don't call my work."
I was hoping he was resting.
Freaking won't quit snowing.
Yeah, he's been working a lot of long, hard hours.
Yeah,
the weather was crazy. And it goes back to raining. I hate to break the news, but in a day or so, it's going to go back to raining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Said nobody.
We would never be tattletales. That's elementary.
We didn't even do that in elementary where I come from. That's
what is it? Oh, wait. Snitches get stitches.
Dry snitching?
Yeah, that's the code.
Yeah, snitches get stitches, and there's dry stitching too.
Yeah, you'd know.
Yeah.
Dry snitching on a dragon stick.
Oh yeah, dragon sticks. Well, you always got a dry snitch on a kid. That's just part of the game.
He's so darn cute.
I remember watching myself around you. Oh, Salty wants a link.
Salty wants a link.
Oh,
Jinx.
yay.
But I don't drink Coke.
I'd say the same thing. Give me a Mountain Dew.
Lady Luck says, I'm dialing now.
Dialing now? Oh, God. Call his boss. Drop that link for Salty, Gemini said. I think she did.
I think I did.
Oh, that's right. My son is with his dad right now. I have his game. We're gonna have I can chat and
oh, so you can show me your ball bag now?
Oh yeah. So that one's in the storage area. I don't keep it in the room. You kidding?
I can only imagine why. I would be mortified. Like, what is this, Mommy? Can I play with your ball?
Yeah, I told you about that comic picture that I had, the meme. Mother playing pinochle with the neighbors.
It becomes a cat toy.
No, it becomes glued to his forehead going, Mommy, look, I'm a rhinoceros. While she's playing pinochle with the neighbors.
Welcome, Salty.
Hello.
Hi,
What up?
I don't
Sophie.
have no headphones or anything special.
Oh,
But
it's okay.
what I'm showing you is I'm driving right now. I'm behind my guy. He's in a big ass loader, which you see in front of me, and I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's probably gonna say something fucking stupid. Watch. What, dude?
How can we make Salty big? Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that.
See,
Oh, we get to go for a car ride.
I deal with more fucking stupid fucking people than anything. No car ride. I gotta go.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right, you be careful.
Oh my God, he sounded so like enthused with his job and his employee. Poor guy. I can only imagine he's probably just ready to.
I liked our little car rides, except for Kaylee kept kicking me.
It wasn't me. He was whipping me around everywhere. I was freaking holding on to the shit handle, and I had to get some kind of traction.
That one day, I was like, he just went zip, zip, zip off the road. I was like, ah!
Listen, I was pushing my brake over here, sitting on my bed, like my imaginary brake, like it's gonna change anything. I'm like, oh my God, he's giving me so much anxiety.
I love. Lady Luck said your boss probably wouldn't understand my Australian accent. I love the Australian accent.
Yep.
What'd she say? Us what?
She said his boss probably wouldn't understand her Australian accent.
Oh, his boss. I thought she said something else.
Maybe he'll hop back on. We get to see some action.
Why would he be talking to our bras? Okay. I think too hard.
Okay, let's push play. We're halfway through it.
Right.
Almost.
Okay, go ahead.
Into the defendant, both activities prior to the murders occurring within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and his activities after the murders in Pennsylvania. So we stand ready to assist.
Whoa.
With
Wait,
that
what did I
effort
miss?
on an ongoing basis.
What do you mean?
Wait, he said there was stuff that happened before and after in the state of Pennsylvania. What did he mean by that?
I don't know. Go back to 30 seconds. Because I missed that too.
Of Pennsylvania and his activities after the murders in Pennsylvania. My county, I would hold our office at the disposal of the Idaho authorities to help facilitate a complete background investigation into the defendant, both activities prior to the murders occurring within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and his activities after the murders in Pennsylvania. So we stand ready to assist with that effort.
Whoa. What does he mean by that?
That almost makes me think what I was saying earlier, like they obviously were suspicious of him fairly early on and they were just watching every move he made. And obviously he did something that was rather suspicious, to say the least.
Could he have done something there?
Yeah, like maybe
getting
disposing,
practice?
Or like disposing of stuff because, you know, where'd the knife go?
No, they were saying, so before the incident happened, he was in Pennsylvania because remember you're
right. That would mean what? Yeah, that he was back and forth doing what? Like, maybe getting tips from his dad.
Well, he was saying that he have like a girlfriend or a friend that he was staying with up there in Pennsylvania.
No, I think he was staying with his parents. I haven't heard anything different.
Wait, what is Kayanana? Wait, Kayanana said something. She said,
she's going to bed.
because of the 3 people killed in the area, that they haven't found the suspect in those murders either.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that. I wonder if they were killed in a similar fashion, like, you know, stabbed a whole bunch.
We're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to do some research and find out which ones he's talking about, and look at what records they have on it.
Absolutely.
So they're saying that there's 3 different people that were killed in the area. And
that would have somewhere in between the path that he'd had to cross to get from Idaho to Pennsylvania. Probably from what I am understanding, it sounds like maybe the Pennsylvania area.
All right, let me see.
Or maybe.
You know what part of Pennsylvania?
Near Scranton. Is that a place?
Scranton, yeah.
Yeah. I know the name of the road, but now that you put me on the spot, I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, don't forget to toss that 333 up there for Salty. My greatest supporter. We love Salty.
Oh, I posted your sub count earlier.
Can you believe it? I'm in utter shock.
What is that?
A sub count. I'm in utter shock.
Oh, what's it? What is it?
I don't know. It goes up like every.
I know when last time I commented about it, it was 702, and I was like,
we're at 713.
oh my God.
It was 666 earlier. It freaked me out.
Oh my God. I would have had to unsub and sub again.
So it was in Scranton, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to do some digging up on that one and find out what incidents have happened in the last few years.
Yeah, well, after you finish playing this, I sent you some stuff on Reddit that is pretty interesting because it's all alleged, like we're saying. Just make sure no one, we're not passing this off as facts. Just what's the word?
Allegedly.
Yeah, and the whole everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Blah blah blah. There's like a whole, I think it's like 22 screenshots of this account, like kind of similar to the one that was on that 4chan, saying some vulgar stuff. Well, this stuff is kind of similar, but it's almost like you said, he was baiting the path so that the cops would. It's weird. You'll just have to look at it, and if not, there's another sicko out there to post something like that. If it wasn't him, if
he is not this person.
Mm-hmm.
Then I feel so very sorry for him. And it's someone that resembles him very closely.
That was before they knew anything, though. That's so weird for anybody to say that's something that detailed that early on in the case when there was barely any information out there like that. How would you know to say that about the you read it about the ceiling fan? That's weird. That would have had to.
I guess we'll know
really close to the case.
when the evidence actually comes out during hearing.
Mm-hmm.
During trial, we'll know if those facts are true.
Right.
Because only this person, him, unless he's connected to that person and he was doing research on that person, and that's how the DNA got transferred from them two being together, and he was just the research person for that person. Does that make sense?
Right. But that's weird.
But he would have squealed. Wouldn't he have squealed? I wouldn't want to go to prison for it.
Unless it's your dad.
I don't know. How long was his... Well, there's got to be record of his dad's flight records.
I think he drove there.
No, because the car already was there.
Well,
unless he rented a car and dropped it off. He could have rode a bicycle, but...
he would be fucking... That's a long way. That's a long pedal.
Gemini said it's more likely you're guilty and proven innocent. That's how they make you feel. But I just question when. So this is the list of questions. When did his dad actually arrive? When, like you said that they had made these plans. I won't put them on big screen, so maybe it won't trigger anybody.
I think it was on the that the clip that I sent you earlier. It was originally posted on the 30th, but they did an update.
Hi, Salty.
He's back.
Is he back? Hey, Salty.
Yeah, so I'm in this big ass machine. It's called a loader, and I got to move probably about 100 yards. Maybe about 10 feet high worth of snow all fucking night.
Oh my goodness.
I know. I've had maybe about 3 to 4 hours of sleep.
Is a front loader that it looks like a tractor with that big scoop thingy on the front?
It's like it's got 4 wheels, not like a tractor, but yeah. The big scoop thing is that thing that you see up front going up and down right now.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. And so in these machines, they're diesel, And when there's no DEF, it's called DEF, diesel engine exhaust fluid. And these fucking machines, because the EPA, when it runs low, the damn machine won't go past like 15 miles an hour, and it sends an error code. So that's what I'm fucking dealing with. Lovely.
Are those little Christmas trees out on the side? It's so pretty. I love looking at snow. I'm just not a fan of being in it.
Those are trees. Definitely trees. Not Christmas trees. Yeah.
I haven't been out in those parts in so long.
So anyway, that's my fun night for tonight. So I'll work from midnight tonight till about 12 o'clock tomorrow.
In the afternoon?
Yeah. Up to a 12-hour shift tonight.
Oh my goodness. Please be safe while you're out there. That's so dangerous.
Oh, I know. And I just passed a cop too, so he's probably gonna be pissed I'm driving on these main streets. Anyway, that's my night. So I wanted to check in. Have a good night, ladies. You fucking night owls. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning.
3.
It's midnight my time.
2:54 a.m. my time.
I haven't felt good all day, so I kind of like snoozed all day because this stupid head cold.
I don't blame you. Okay, but I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye, Salty.
Bye.
Maybe he'll stop back in later. We get an update.
He's gonna be like, you bitches are still alive?
He's so sweet.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Mendel said, I think this is in my comment. Okay. How do you all this sob story. I broke my laptop and he got me one, laughed my ass off. It's worth a try. Just get one.
Who?
And then tell him to bite my foot. I did break mine though.
I'm so confused. What?
What? Wait, I'm confused. Wait, y'all. How do y'all? This I could. Oh! Tell JT a sob story. Tell him that she broke her laptop, and then he'll get her one. Is it worth a try? It's worth a try. And then tell him to bite my foot.
I'm over here like intensively trying to like catch on to detail, thinking like this is something serious, and then for JT, like I'm like, what?
Wait, I didn't catch the JT part first time.
No, I was like, I didn't even pick up on the laptop part. I was like, wait, what? Like, is there a laptop involved in this shit too now?
Lady Luck says, I wouldn't waste my breath. Oh goodness. Okay, let's finish seeing what this guy has to say. So intriguing. I'm still tripping on the fact that there was stuff before he left Pennsylvania. Now serving number 3. Oh. That guy kind of looked like Lurch.
The operations of state police, when you were notified, we talk about putting tactical in the area. How long were they there? And what's the
We're not in a position to give you an exact time. It was at some point prior to.
So abrupt.
Was taken as the investigation progressed.
Why does he have clear glasses on in the daytime?
Probable cause for those
like motorcycle glasses.
Warrant a fugitive from justice.
Hey, safety first.
Mommy told him it looked cool.
Take the tactical steps to plan to serve them.
Collecting evidence prior to his arrest.
At this point, like we said, it's very much pertinent to what's in the affidavits, which we cannot speak about.
What's known about his demeanor when the arrest actually happened?
Present sense impression, as likewise ongoing investigation can't discuss.
Prop 69 News. How is Kohberger being transported back to Idaho?
Those arrangements are being discussed right now, as well as the logistics. The court order says, those of you who heard it today, it's within the next 10 days. So we're currently working on that in coordination with authorities out in Idaho. Sir, I can't comment.
Is he being held in the Monroe County Jail until he's?
No, he's in prison.
Is he removed to another?
No, he is lodged in the. Since he was dropped off there Friday morning, he's resided in Monroe County Prison.
Yeah.
Yes.
They ain't messing around. They done put him in the pin. They don't even have him in regular jail.
At this point, that's still being coordinated
I
between.
think he said max,
police
like
and
maximum security.
We don't know.
Unsealed when he arrives in.
I swear, to me, he's so serious about it. Like the last two guys have been so serious about this. It's like they know something. Like you get that feeling like they know some shit. Other than Idaho.
I think it's like a 2, maybe 3 minutes. It's the very first link I sent you before the Reddit ones. It's from CBS. It's she talks more about like how they tracked him through the Sun Pass and all. Like they updated it like 9 something this morning. So I think you should if you can get away with playing news clips, I definitely would recommend that one because it's a lot of information in a little clip. Like
Okay, let's see.
Like she even mentions the I think she mentions the being pulled over in Indiana twice and all. I think she mentioned like she briefly touches on a little bit of all of it.
Ladies, I am starring your comments so we can go back and address them in a moment. So I promise I'm not ignoring you, Kyanana or Mindell.
It's so cool that it lets you do that.
I know. It's so I don't forget that there's something I want to address in a moment. I love that.
I don't ever see that like because that's like you got to be the running the stream show, but it's a very good idea. I think it's cool because.
Hey, did you notice that the little ducky wasn't there?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I did notice.
Yeah, I don't have the little ducky no more. Okay.
What does that mean? Is that like the free version of StreamYard if you have that?
Uh-huh.
I think would you buy it?
Uh-huh. I kind of like upgraded a little bit of everything. I can't wait for these pull tabs and stuff to come in. I'm so excited. Yeah. Anyways, I got some surprises coming. Anyways, okay, back to this. I just need to hurry up and feel better.
When I watched the press conference on Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, I was alerted to the fact that according to Idaho state law that the affidavits have to be served to him once he's extradited back before they could be unsealed.
Yeah, see yep. Okay.
Arrested.
Ongoing investigation.
Has a motive been determined?
I can't comment on that either. I apologize.
Who transports him, sir? Does Pennsylvania State Police?
You know he wants to too. He wants to be like.
He's presently back. He was transported from the courthouse by Monroe County Sheriff, and the logistics of who's going to transport him out to Idaho are still being discussed. We don't know.
I would not want to be on a plane with him.
I would say it was in the early morning hours of Friday, December 30th. Tactical assets on scene were probably in the neighborhood of 50.
Were you afraid he was going to get tipped off before you got him?
I would say overall about this entire operation, and the credit goes, this is a part that the state police played humbly. You look at Moscow Police Department, 38 sworn, 19,000 leads. The video.
19,000 leads. How many of them were directed directly to him?
I wonder how many of them were him.
Yeah.
That's a good question too. Like, I'm sure they read the Reddit.
And apparently they think it might have been him that was the initial 911 tipster too.
That's what I was saying.
Was that in the news clips you sent me?
It was in it was, I think, Plunder is the name of the channel. I somehow got to her after I was watching that Olivia gal that you recommended. Thanks a lot. There went a whole day of my life.
But, Chronicles of Olivia, and she's cute too.
See, now I get why you got me, like how you got there in the first place.
You know what? I am supportive of Salty, Bullhorn and Betty, Dolly Vision, Chronicles of Olivia, even JLR. I think is how you say it.
He is not as bad as he used to be. He's getting a lot more stomachable. Like he's trying to. I can give respect where credit's due. He's turned a new leaf and he's changing his approach. And I like where he's going with his new perspective or whatever. His new.
Yeah, the way he's addressing things is
yeah, it's definitely more professional and and he's actually like boots on the ground, getting off his butt and going to these places. And I hats off to anybody that's willing to do that.
Oh, and Molly Golightly too. She does too.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes people are just kind of like Jim Terry in a sense, but not to compare her, but sometimes not so much what she says, it's how she says it, you know?
Her behavior.
Yeah, like the way she comes off is like, you know, nobody's going to be receptive to that. Nobody.
Okay, let's hit play. What else does this guy have to say? I'm like,
Is this the chief of Idaho or Pennsylvania?
this is in
All public
Pennsylvania.
source
Okay, I gotcha.
information. But when you talk about the service of a high-risk warrant for someone who's committed or alleged to have committed 4 homicides, there's nothing routine about
He
that.
had to correct
And
himself.
all of those tactical steps
I'm
that
telling
were
you, he
taken,
knows.
were in conjunction with the best efforts of the authorities, local, state, and federal, both in Idaho and here, to ensure that we could do it safely and to ensure that we could get him into custody and that those service of the search warrants could occur.
Can we ask you a question of the first assistant?
Mr. Mancuso, you described having read to a degree the contents of that affidavit from that house, and that you possibly
I don't think that they can.
that you want to get back to read that as well, since you can't read that.
I don't think they can read that.
Give us an indication of the seriousness of what you did. I know you can't talk about it, but can you share with us something?
Yeah, I can't get into the details, sir, but I can say it involved the defendant's connection to a scene of a crime consisting of 4 murdered people. So that's the significance of it.
That it is right there. There's definitely something. Definitely.
Can you confirm that there is a connection between Bryan Kohberger and any of the victims?
I can't discuss that.
Wait, hold on. Watch his head movement.
Can you confirm that there is a connection between Bryan Kohberger and any of the victims?
I can't discuss that.
When people talk, you really should pay attention to like eye
Their head
movement.
movements.
Yeah.
Their hands.
He
Their
had
hands.
Yeah, he was like, so he looked
He was agreeing
to
with
the
her at the same time.
he, if you notice, he looked up to the left. Even though his head was turned to the right, he looked up to the left. That is your creative side of your brain.
You're
So that
looking
was
for
a
the lie.
that was a bold-faced lie.
That he is guilty of these crimes.
That wouldn't be my place to say.
See the difference,
Certainly
how serious his okay. You notice how he didn't have to look away when he said it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just watch.
Confident enough that there was ample probable cause for the issuance of the various warrants in the case.
What's your reaction when you heard this? You've all talked about, you followed this. This happened states away. When you get that call, or you all get the call that this person could be right here in your home area, what's your reaction?
Well, I was surprised. Really, Monroe County of all places. It hits close to home. It's a normal human reaction, I would think, under the circumstances.
Do you know when he and his father left Idaho or Washington Road, Pennsylvania?
Oh, here's
what
the
that
answer.
date
Here's
was?
the answer. Do they have it?
No, I don't know the exact date.
They haven't got the plane ticket reservations information yet? That kind of like throws me for a loop.
I mean, anybody could go and call and find out when a plane was scheduled to take off. They don't even have to ask for Pacific's passengers.
Welcome, Austin. I haven't met you yet. Austin says, "Did you check out the digital tour of the house? He would have known there was a downstairs."
Oh, good night, Gemini guy.
Night night, Gemini. Okay.
Approximately, we understand the middle of December, is that correct?
I think that's approximate.
What about, we had heard reports that they were stopped not once but twice on the highway.
See, and that thing he wrote on Reddit, or whoever wrote on Reddit, was previous to them even leaving.
Elaborate.
I'll defer to his Pennsylvania public defender on that.
Kohberger's connected to other crimes and unsolved mysteries in the area.
I wouldn't answer that question at this time.
Wait,
So has his father become a suspect along with him?
I don't know yet. Let's see.
Elaborate.
I'll defer to his
See, Okay, did you see it?
Mm-hmm.
He looked up to the left. That's the creative side of his brain.
Meaning he either didn't want to answer the question or he was trying to.
See, watch. Right here. He looks this way.
I think.
Approximately, we understand the middle of December. Is that correct?
I think that's approximate.
See, he looks dead
We
center.
heard, reports that they were stopped not once but twice on the highway. Can you elaborate?
I'll defer to
See?
his Pennsylvania
Yep.
defender on that.
I need to send Kaylee my a couple of my
I wouldn't answer
college
that
books.
question at this time.
Yes. I will read them.
That would be a normal thing to do.
For the BSB here, said he was taken without incident. Is it safe to say that, I should say it's safe to say, did it seem like he was expecting?
I wouldn't comment on what his present sense was. I would just comment that the professionalism of the CERT team and their tactical training definitely proved in a situation like this to do it in the most tactically sound and fastest way possible.
Was there anybody else in the house at the time?
Yes.
Just a reminder for anyone that's watching. Hello, Brian. Welcome. That this is for informational purposes only. This is for our entertainment, and we are not accusing, and we're just speculating.
Do your own research. Come to your own conclusions. Do not take us as a spitting facts.
Oh, Brian, are you the one that stopped in before Brian?
Oh God, please don't be weird if that is.
You know you're always welcome to jump up on panel. Kaylee's like, no. Okay.
Parents were in the house.
Did they say anything to you?
Again, present sense impression. I can't comment on that ongoing investigation.
Anybody was down the door?
Force was used. The warrants were issued for evening search warrants, which in Pennsylvania requires.
And Brian, we won't see any good
additional probable
evidence
cause in order to serve them at
until
the hours of
discovery has been
darkness.
made.
I
If you
would
know
defer
anything
to
about the
first
judicial
assistant to
system.
talk about the legal burden that you bear in order to obtain those. But from a tactical standpoint, based upon all of the briefings that we had developed and all of the intelligence we had developed,
I can tell you now, Brian, that basically this is how it works. The officers that do their research, investigators, etc., they hand this paperwork to the DA's office and they say, what do you think? They have a good long conversation about around a big round table. And they discuss it. If they believe that there's enough evidence there, then they go for it. If they do not, they will not attempt it.
we thought that was the best time to serve it.
That Pennsylvania was involved with this.
They were alerted by the FBI. Troopers in the Bureau of Criminal Investigation were alerted.
Anything on like the social media pages that tipped anything?
I can't comment. Can't comment. Ongoing, like I said. State Police's role here was to serve the warrants and assist with the surveillance, which we've done. We've been part of major investigations. You know, these are men and women who take an oath to protect their communities and the Commonwealth here. We're very humbled with the opportunity that we had, given a case that has really gained international attention, to play a small part in it. And our hat is off to Moscow PD again with the size and the complexity of this investigation and the work that they've done to get us here today. And this is only the beginning of the next step.
Determined that anyone here in Pennsylvania either helped to conceal or dispose of any evidence, then you would be a part of this case, or would it go to...
I would say that we would pledge whatever support we can for ongoing investigations with the Idaho authorities here in Pennsylvania.
If he disposes of any evidence there, then that's crossing state lines and both states would be involved. FYI.
Pennsylvania, absolutely. We would help them in any way we could.
Were there any weapons found in the home?
I don't want to get into what was actually seized in the house pursuant to the evidentiary nature of it.
Exactly.
Insight into why you all decided to go in overnight to make the arrest?
Those are tactical decisions in terms of base surveillance. I don't want to give out too many tactical factors that go into that situation, but obviously surveillance was conducted and we wanted to go in at a time when we thought it would be the safest for everybody, safest for anybody else in the house, safest for Mr. Kohberger.
You would have to imagine. You would have to imagine if this gentleman could do that to these
He doesn't
young
want other
adults.
criminals to realize how their surveillance system works.
Not only that, but they wouldn't want to put his parents or relatives in danger. if he was to lash out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Send me one tainted. I would send it back.
Oh, I think she's talking about a law book.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, that's kind of like the library, you know, like the book club idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially since it's hard to get actual law books without being an actual student.
Yeah, so you have like forensics, so like criminal, like psychology. So I have like psychology, forensics, you name it, from every class I've taken. And so it makes it very interesting, and it teaches you like their behaviors, like the different types of behaviors, and like kind of like their thought process and how criminals think. And
yeah, like what makes people tick. It's really yeah.
And
it's
also like
a
and they do
guru book.
discuss a lot about like body language, like fidgeting. Like if you've ever watched like these cases, like if you go back on YouTube and watch older cases where they actually post their interrogation, and some of them are like they'll just come off the rip with "I didn't do it," and others will just be like dead straight face. They don't fidget, they don't move, and you can tell like they're in a zone, like a very strange mental zone, like they're in the twilight zone.
Yeah, like a translate.
Yeah, and I sat there and watched this guy in like super fast forward for like this 10 hours, and it would even zip through it. Like you could see like he didn't move. Like he didn't move like an inch. He just sat there like dead still. I have so much ADHD. I'd have been hopping all over that place after 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, I'm a fidgeter too. Big time.
and this is them being locked like with, you know, the big light on top of them, you know, and they're just like, you know, you're being, it's an interrogation room.
Yeah, that's some serious fucking inner zen. Like I couldn't do it.
But that's yeah. And but that's disassociation. Think about
which goes to show if they can do it then, who's to say they don't do it, like they don't get in that same headspace when they commit a crime or do something heinous. That's exactly like the whole point. Like they don't they're not a human at that point, you know, almost is what it's like. They have no human emotion anyway.
They don't view their victim as a human.
Right.
And that's actually sociopath. Sociopaths cannot, they don't feel real emotion. They can project emotion of something that they can emulate it, but
they can mimic it. You know, they can imitate it. It's scary.
But they don't.
I didn't realize that until I studied the Chris Watts case the way I did. That gave me a whole different perspective into, oh my God, like people are chameleons. They can, you know, they get in and they learn and watch, and then they blend it. They, you know, they do enough to blend in and feel a sense of normalcy, and then they just go along with it for the rest of their life until they do something. Yeah.
The only problem is they can't withstand, like they can't keep doing it. Like they can't withstand.
Well, I can see that.
The emotion. I think it actually physically causes them pain.
And that's why they actually seek to be caught.
I couldn't imagine like having an emotion that would physically cause me pain other than literally crying. Like
and that's like
emotionally hurt.
Can you imagine it being like what, you know, the people that you like are supposed to love, that it literally caused you pain to have to show that you love them? Can you imagine that?
And a lot of them actually feel the same way. Sorry, I stepped away. They actually feel that same way about physical touch.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to grab me a Monster. I need to get me a mini fridge for my office.
Did you study or watch and keep up with the Chris Watts case at all?
I did study a little bit of it, and I know that he ran with the story they were trying to tell him. Well, did this happen? Did this happen? When they had his dad come in and talk to him before he admitted to what he'd done.
And then that was like Okay, I've seen the notice that for myself, I've been trying to like figure out why certain cases stick with me and why they don't. And I, up until like recently, and I mean recently, like probably last night, like I finally put it together because I wrote them all down on these sticky notes, and I was like circling the stuff that were similar. And the only thing that it was, which was is weird, was like some kind of what word should I use? Corruption or something where the police dropped the ball in some fathom or some fashion.
Yeah, because I watched the interview. I watched his actual interview in the Chris Watts case, and with what was her name? Casey Jones. Is that her name? The mother that got away with killing her kid.
No, Casey Anthony.
Thank you.
So that one, man, that one still pisses me off because that one's real close to home. I'm not far from Orlando. Like an hour away, maybe.
I watched their original police interviews.
Yeah.
Why we're paused. Let me go back to these. So Kaya Nana said law enforcement should be looking at cold cases with similar motives like I guess she's saying like motives operations to the slaying of the students. And there typically is in people that commit these types of crimes, there's a pattern. Like, you know how Salty discusses patterns? Yes, there's typically a pattern. It's like how you sign your name. It becomes habitual. There's a pattern there.
Yeah, and I watched Criminal Minds, and they would call it that, like their signature, their MO, like if almost like they have to like an artist would sign on their painting.
Ritualistic.
Right. And then once they get their nick and they find something that works, that scratches the itch, it's like an artist would sign the bottom of their painting that they take credit for a masterpiece, and as sick as it is, that's what they do.
I know what I'd like to know is if his dad was with him and he was in that same car that was spotted through the video camera through one of them doorbell rings or whatever. There had to have been some kind of blood or what so have you in it. I mean, think of how much blood was at that scene. So was his dad maybe possibly involved himself?
Or maybe he was just pre-planned. If not, the only thing I can think of is because of him being the way that he is, maybe in his mind, his dad not knowing would be enough to say, okay, he could pass a lie detector test when they ask him if he's involved and he'll be good. But on the other side of it, he could been his alibi.
Yeah.
For, he was with me. But, I don't know, because I don't think he did anything to try to not be caught. For if anything, I feel like he did stuff to be caught, which is what I can't wrap my head around, because he had the knowledge that he could have been way less sloppy.
They did say he was sloppy.
Very.
I think that was for them to. How I feel internally about it was that was for him to throw them off. Whoever did this, that was for them to be thrown off, like it was his first time. But the fact that he was able to do all four without waking up the whole neighborhood shows that this person had some sort of tact to it.
Right. And some super fucking strength. Holy crap.
And
like, I would have been exhausted. Like, I couldn't have done it.
I can't even spank my kids because it's exhausting and painful to me. I couldn't imagine.
I'm just saying, like, the physical. Oh, that's just. I can't wrap my head around that.
I don't know how many of you have accidentally. This is not on purpose for those of you that can do that, but accidentally, there's a rabbit run across the road and accidentally hit it. Does it cause you emotional pain? Because it causes me emotional pain, the thought that I could hit it.
I've never done that, you freaking killer.
No, I've never hit one. I'm saying it.
I would feel like a murderer.
Exactly. I will swerve and almost kill myself trying to get away from it.
Yes.
Because I can't handle that kind of mental, like.
Yeah, I just ended something's life.
Yeah, that still has the same spirit and energy that God gave us. And
right, they were just trying to get to the other side.
I'll use source because I don't want to offend anybody. I'll use source so I don't offend anybody. So that they still have the same energy that source gave them, that source gave us.
Right.
They may not be able to walk and talk, but they still have that same soul spirit source.
I mean, depending on what you believe, that could be you in the next life. Like,
Yeah, I don't want to be a bunny rabbit in the desert.
yeah, like I might just be trying to get to the other side too. Crap, have a heart.
I know. Okay.
We do.
So Mindell said, yes, the ceiling fan, and where he,
What just happened? Why are you?
I am having a hard time reading it out loud.
Oh, okay. Cause I was like, did you all of a sudden just start reading it in your head? Like what?
Well, it says, yes, the ceiling fan, and where he stabbed her with the knife, he's a sick guy. He flew to his son, and they drove back. And I think it was on the 17th they were driving, and the son was driving.
Yes, those are all true statements. Facts.
And then Kayanana says, at night, and where the victims were women. So she's going back to a statement that she had made earlier here.
Okay, so for that to be true, then you would have to think that the boy was just because he was there then, because
he probably woke up.
Right. So that means that he makes me believe more that he was long-term, like, stalking, or on some level, even if it was digitally, because you'd be amazed at what people, especially that age, like I was saying before, they post their every freaking move on Instagram. If he followed them on Instagram, he knew their every move, you know.
See, I could have sworn that one of the victims actually had one of them accounts
I
to
think-
make a little bit of extra money for college,
I've heard that. I've heard that too.
and that's how he found her, and that's where he started stalking her. And I think it was that one named Kaylee, maybe. I want to double check before I say that. I'm going to look into it right now.
I've heard that too. I also heard that he followed the two of them like for several months, if not, maybe longer. But I know for sure, like, it wasn't like, oh, he just followed a couple of weeks. Like, it was. He would. I don't know where they would have crossed paths to begin with. But the fact that he was and only 10 miles away where he was at, I mean, it could have been a similar college party. I mean, it could have been a restaurant. It could have been, who knows? He could have never actually met her in real life. It just been stalking her on Instagram. As much as as much as they post on Instagram where they're at and what they're doing, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to learn their patterns just by following them on Instagram.
Nicole says that Lady Luck maybe, but I don't think his dad would have turned his DNA in for 23andMe if he was involved.
Exactly. That's why I say I think he on the son's part, the reason he had him ride with him in his head, because of him knowing the way not only the way that the criminal thinks, but he's also like studied the policing standpoint of it. So he knows the way the judicial system works. So he was thinking, okay, well, my dad actually doesn't know anything. So if they call him in for questioning, his dad can say and pass a lie detector test when he says he doesn't know anything. But on the other side of it, if they don't catch him, then he has an alibi because I was with my dad on these dates at this time. You get what I'm saying? I think the dad is utterly clueless, but that the son could have, involved him just by
association.
Right, but when you go in and take a lie detector test and say you don't know, like, that's his son was very good at, like Ted Bundy, he had his family wouldn't suspect that he would go out and do those kind of things. So it's possible to just turn it on and turn it off when you have that kind of what's it called? Is it a mental disorder when you're a sociopath?
Well, I can tell you this. Why they had him in there, even if he's just in jail for a few days, they're going to do a blood draw. They're going to give him his shots to make sure he doesn't have anything that's transmittable. And at that point, they get his DNA and they confirm if it's first or secondary DNA, so like first generation or second generation to the crime. With that being said,
and it said something paternal.
And depending on how that came out, if the DNA that was at the scene was paternal, that would have been secondary DNA that would have implicated his father, who would have been also arrested.
Right.
First would have been the actual assailant. Secondary would have been a close relative within a maternal relative.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? So if that was the case and his father's DNA was there anywhere, when his was done, his would have been secondary. That means that he would have been the sibling of or not the sibling, but the child of the person. So then they would have probably had them both locked up. You get me?
Well, yeah, I haven't heard anything. I've heard like online buzz about it. I've never heard an actual like news source or anybody of like law enforcement say that they suspected he made that 911 call. So that's why I'm kind of on the fence about that. I'm not saying it couldn't wasn't him. I'm just saying like it.
Oh, they did his DNA as soon as he got there. I guarantee it.
Well, no, Lady Luck said taunting the authorities with the 911 call. I've heard that it was him, but I haven't, not by anything, like, not in any of the press conferences. It's just been kind of buzzed a little bit on Reddit, and I think I've heard a couple of YouTube channels say that, but that's...
Lady Luck, what I was meaning, if I didn't explain myself right, because sometimes I'll get my words twisted around. So the DNA at the crime at the scene that matched, like you're stating, secondary DNA. So if his dad is the one that did the 23andMe and, for like the genealogy thing.
I think it said ancestry.
Yeah, like ancestry. So yes, that would have been secondary DNA. But when they tested him, and I guarantee you they did, when they tested him during his incarceration, it would have became first.
That was one of the things they had a search warrant for, was his DNA, his to search his person to person, and then the car and all. So I'm like, yeah, they absolutely. I think
as soon as they give him an injection, they're going to have his DNA on that needle,
right?
Because he has to get his shots when he's incarcerated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was court ordered to get a DNA sample. That was part of the warrant. So,
yeah,
for them to be, like you said, for him to be as confident as he is, trust me, they got something like it, and they went up for all 4 murders, like. And he tries to, like, you can tell, like you said, that he knows something and he's trying to tell his brain, not to say it, and he even has to correct himself because he starts to say too much. So they got evidence. They're trying not to step on Idaho's toes and mess the case up, because they have to try what he did over there in Idaho. That's just how it works. So they can't. They got to stay in their lane, in a sense,
And they do. Well, plus they don't want to give out that information because they're giving. Okay, so the more that we pester law enforcement, we want a news brief. We want a news brief. They're giving that information out to the defendant's side. We don't want to do that, because the more knowledge that they get from us, the better defense they can build.
Well, isn't that the whole, like, why they, what's it called, sequester a jury? Like, because, they're not supposed, and the whole, one of the questions is if you've watched any news or anything about it, and you're not, you're not, no matter how you look at it, it'll either taint you one way or the other. There's no, it's our brains are wired that way. When you see it, you can't unsee it.
And with that area being as small as it is, it's going to make for an interesting jury. It really is.
They'll probably do like the Johnny Depp case and have to move it somewhere. Because there's no way nobody you're not going to find 10 people in that small town that ain't heard any news about it. No way.
Look, it's a unicorn. I was being silly. I was taking it off bingo because we're not playing bingo right now. Yes, Lady Luck. That's why he's charged.
I believe Kainana said earlier something about that he couldn't afford a lawyer, so that he had a public defender, I think what it's called.
Let's find out. Was her name Annie or something? Hold on, let's see.
That sounds familiar, vaguely, but I mean, I didn't study it. I kind of just skimmed it, if I'm being honest.
Okay, let's push play.
Burger and safest for our people.
There was an interesting question asked earlier about the care that needed to be taken to not tip the suspect off. Could you describe how long that lid had to be on things and how many people were involved in it? Like how many people knew and for how long?
So I would say, I would answer the question this way. I don't want to get into a timeline in terms of when we were notified by the FBI, when the surveillance began. Obviously, we know on Thursday night into Friday morning is when the warrants were served. I would say, as a credit to the professionals, both standing behind me and others not here, many others not here, the information was held very close. And we did not want to have any situation where Mr. Kohberger potentially would be tipped off. So as a result of that, I would say a close number of approximately 7 to 8 individuals, maybe 10 on the most within the PSP side of this operation knew about it.
And for days, can we say? Or?
I would say for a period of time. I would not feel comfortable commenting any more than that for a period of
Yeah,
For a period
I
of
think they
time.
were watching him for a minute.
I think they'd been watching him for at least a few weeks.
If not, like, probably the first couple of weeks after it happened, I'd say. Because don't forget, that car was like, everybody was talking about it, and it just was like, no, maybe it was just, I mean, he was like, hey, look at me, there's the whole time. And I'm sure they took the bait and just let him think that they weren't watching him so that he would do normal stuff, his normal everyday stuff.
Like he got away with it, yeah.
Yep.
Well, his first question was anybody else arrested, right?
Yeah, what a weird thing to say.
Let's see.
time. And then as the tactical assets were brought in, people were briefed.
The plan is finally decided. Will there be an announcement? Will
Not from the state police, so we would defer to Moscow and the authorities in Idaho.
leaving Pennsylvania?
Well, we have security concerns now, obviously, to move any prisoner. Anytime you move somebody from a secure prison to another place, we don't want. There won't be an announcement from the state police in terms of those logistics, but they're being worked out.
Oh, heck no, he might not make it.
Guess when you think he might be moved roughly, tomorrow?
We would like to do it as soon as possible, but the court order says 10 days.
They don't want him in there.
You can't like get on a plane tonight. Is it possible he could get on a plane tonight? That's a possibility, right?
They'll never say.
I can't. I would think that's probably not likely. We're looking into that right now.
You confirm or deny that a window was broken?
Could you imagine being on a plane? A plane with this guy?
Oh, that'd be kind of freaky.
Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they fly them commercial unless it's like a federal thing, maybe. Like a tax thing. But not for this type of crime. I don't think they would like normally if it's interstate, like they put them in like that. It's like a metal bus. Well, no, of course it's metal, but metal barred bus. I don't know if Alice may have seen them before because there's a prison down there. Alice, have you seen those before? Those big buses and they have like bars all over them?
No. But I live by a jail, not a prison.
The prison is literally right up the 95.
Yeah.
Before it turns into 395. There's one up probably.
Called High Desert.
What is it like about 150 miles north, maybe 100 miles north?
Yeah, it's called High Desert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
In order to gain access into the home?
There were multiple windows that were broken, I believe, to gain access, as well as multiple doors. I think the video of the house after the fact confirms that, and that would all be part of the.
Wow, I didn't know there was broken windows.
Floor plan of the house,
Anybody
et
else?
cetera, and what the
No, that's a first.
do to serve those warrants.
Where?
Was the suspect on your radar before, and are you looking at any?
Maybe he just meant they
Wouldn't
didn't
comment
lock.
on that based on the ongoing nature.
Did he have a criminal past? According to the UJS.
I'm saying is like Idaho or Pennsylvania?
Comment on it.
He said that the house in Idaho had broken windows, but I don't remember seeing any broken windows. Maybe he just means they weren't functional.
Assist in giving a complete background to the defendant?
What specifically is law enforcement interested in?
That'll be the last question. In any case of this nature, and I prosecuted a fair share of homicides, double homicides, that sort of thing. You want to look at any evidence of possible motive. You want to look at any evidence of a pattern, of modus operandi or method. You want to get into the subject's character, mental state to the best you can, that sort of thing. So it'll be an all-encompassing effort, which we stand ready for. Okay. We have our ways. Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Wow. With that being said, we'll stop that one there and then we'll come back to this in a minute. Wow.
Did he just say we have our ways in that cocky attitude?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. With a smile. He didn't even look away. So what do you...
For how they're looking in.
So I guess that's the big question. What would be the motive? I want to know if anyone's figured out if he has like a Jewish background.
No, he supposedly was Catholic. I don't know if that makes any difference, but
well, that, I mean, I was just wondering because he said he was vegan.
yeah, he went vegan because he went on this crazy, like, because he used to be like he got severely like bullied and picked on because he was overweight, and after he went on the health kick, apparently, like, he just stayed with almost became like OCD, and not almost, like extremely OCD, specifically in the way that he ate, and was like,
on top of it.
quit, Goldie, I'm gonna kick your butt, go, little freaking demon dog, go.
Don't be mean to my granddaughter.
She's looking up with her beard as she's like actively chewing a hole in my freaking blanket, like like just a little freaking hole, like, and now I'm thinking like maybe I gotta give her a binky, so thanks a lot.
She'll be like, thank you, Mom, or thank you, Grandma.
Listen, I'm tired of my blankets looking like I ran them through a cheese grater. She just chews little holes on it with looking right at me.
She'll never stop.
Well,
If she's doing it, she'll never stop. Mine still does it, and he's 9.
Feed her more often.
No,
it's normally.
You said feed her or beat her?
It's because they were taken away from their mamas too soon, and so that's a tendency for them to nurse until they nurse a little hole in it.
Her mom died.
See, told you.
Her
mama passed away. She's like her grandma, orphaned. Okay. So our key points is like I think it was Kainan earlier said was the motive.
Well,
okay, so if he was Catholic, then we know that Catholicism is pretty strict on the LGBTQ.
Whoa, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that apparently that's a thing that keeps coming up.
And the girls were very flirtatious with each other. Doesn't necessarily mean that they were.
Right.
I don't know their sexual
Yeah,
orientation.
There's nobody in the world that can say how he scrolled on them pictures on Instagram and how he interpreted them in his brain, you know?
Right.
And I think that is where my gut is leaning towards, because I've seen, I mean, not in like real life, but like just I watch a lot of true crime and a lot of just stuff that's would deemed weird, but it's kind of made me like a little bit knowledgeable, like just because of the stuff that happens, especially Criminal Minds. That stuff happens like everyday people, like everyday lives, and it's like there is no red flags, and sometimes it's hard to wrap your head around. There's got to be a red flag, but sometimes there's nothing. It just there's people that are really good at blending in and masking it, and apparently like submersing urges to do crazy stuff. And it's getting to be like more and more common that because of these notoriety that they get with such, all the news conference, that the next one they're like, oh, I got to do something that tops that, and then we have this crazy, I don't know. It just seems like it happens a lot more often now than it did back in like Ted Bundy days. You know, I mean, it was a big deal, but it didn't. There wasn't
Okay.
5 Ted Bundys, and you know,
I
So
think they're
Nicole G said they mean the windows the FBI broke out when they caught him.
I seen something about in Pennsylvania the windows having duct tape on them. I seen that on the news.
well, I don't remember any videos of the house he was in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think it's in the news thing that I sent you. Don't quote me, but if not, it's definitely in the
We have a video of him being arrested.
Yeah.
Oh snaps! Okay, we have to go watch that one too.
But it's like the whatever, like the news does their little very short like snippets of it. But you know, then if you go look on Reddit, like somebody has done some and then there's like they'll have the whole clip. So it's they're a little more.
Oh.
It's just mostly like somebody talking on the front porch of it or whatever, and you can see that the like where the glass is that you would look in on the front door is like covered with duct tape.
Nicole, I wonder why they broke out. She said that the SWAT team broke the windows out. I wonder why.
I don't know.
I mean, did they come in from all directions just so he had no way to escape, I guess?
I think so. They came in like the freaking whatever you call it. Around here we call them the jump out boys.
Mindell says, if someone is
Right
vegan, how
here.
the heck can they handle that kind of blood?
That's what I would think, but I don't think he was vegan because of the fact that he didn't like. I don't know. This guy was way more what's the word, methodical, and in the way that he thought. Yeah.
Disassociation.
I don't know, but because there's no way that he did that and was not like completely covered in blood, because that
Even hurting himself.
a lot of staying on, like saying self-discipline, because you know that's a lot of.
To be vegan is less self-discipline.
Yeah, girl, I wouldn't last 5 minutes. I wouldn't even try because I wouldn't want to live a life.
I love my meat.
I love everything. Like I'm not giving them none of it sweets.
I'm a carnivore, so I couldn't do it either.
Nope, I wouldn't even try. That's just me.
I do eat kosher, but yeah, I have to have my meat. Nicole
on the
says
side,
there
I
was
like-
50 agents. Wow. That would have been a sight to see.
Oh, apparently. What happened?
Didn't we do bingo night that night? No, it was the next night. After Salty's New Year's. He was arrested the night before. My brain was just churning.
Was it?
Save the vegetables.
Oh, listen,
Eat more chicken. I love that
Save the
sign
beef.
with the little cows are sitting up there. Eat more chicken.
Save the beef.
Okay, so
As long
motive.
as it doesn't go moo, that's how much I like it cooked.
Ew. Oh.
Okay, so
No, I want mine cooked.
So now, if we go back and think, okay, so this man, like we originally thought, there was an obsession there because he had been following these girls way long time before he moved. So there's some sort of sociopathic obsession. That's
Right.
one. So he knew that house
Oh,
because he watched
I
the
didn't know
videos.
that. That's interesting.
It was
Mendo.
like 3 or 6 months. I'm sure someone in the chat. I bet you it's probably going to be Kainana.
I haven't seen her in a while.
She went to bed, I think.
Oh, did she? She would have known this answer. That
Hold on, let me check what I sent.
that he had been following them on two of them on social IG, and it was like 6 months, 3 or 6 months. I think it was 6 months before that was his apartment in Washington with the duct tape. Before he even moved down there. So I in my little feelers, I feel that he intentionally enrolled in that school because it was his first semester there. He intentionally enrolled there to be closer to them.
So did he actually go to the same school as them? I thought he went to a different school and only worked as a security guard over with them.
Correct.
No, the school that he was enrolled in and where he was staying
Was-
at on near what's like 10 miles away from
Mhm.
Moscow, which is like right on the Washington and the Idaho border.
Lady Luck says sexual or targeted because of his obsession with certain types. Yes.
There's no way with that thing. If he posted that thing on 4chan, there's no way you can say that it was not sexual. No way.
No, because of where yeah. La 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 la. That would be trigger warning.
Fuck it, you're
BTQ,
triggered now.
BTK obsessed.
I honestly think so. Listen, I really, really, really think so because there's too many coincidences with the fact that he specifically studied that case for one of his assignments in class that he was taking, and they don't know that he wasn't studying it in a way that was like not from maybe so much from the criminal aspect, but because of the fact that he was like a fan of his his work in that sicko mind, like when you're into that kind of stuff. And who's to say
When in Rome?
that
When in Rome, do as the Romans.
roaming?
Meaning he was
When in Rome.
He was studying it. So
No, he was studying that specific case. Like it was an assignment. It was like the whole class was studying it. It wasn't just him. It was an assignment. And like he might have like latched onto it for more nefarious reasons. Like, he was a fan of the way that he did it, so that he can copycat it or put his own twist on it. Because he studied the case in that's what the interview on whatever, I don't remember the news station, but the daughter of the BTK killer said that she thought the FBI should look into, like, see if who's had been writing him, and just for just for shits and giggles, pretty much, to see if Bryan and him could have been writing back and forth.
And that may be information that the FBI just can't tell us right now.
And
because they would
No,
know.
they're looking into it.
when they were originally looking for the BTT or for the BKT killer or whatever, they actually tried doing subliminal messages through commercials on TV to try to get him to come forward.
Yeah, Lady Luck, that's what it was. His lecturer studied BTK for years. She has firsthand experience with BTK. And he kind of, I guess, from a classmate's experience, like he was very engulfed, like, and you could just tell he was passionate about it. Like it was intriguing to him, but they thought it was from the criminal aspect. But hindsight being 2020, there's several of his classmates, or whatever you would call that have given interviews that they all say different things, but they all lead to the same thing, that he was weird, but didn't think he was capable of anything like this, but then they say some weird thing that he did, that when you add them, they're all little separately, but when you put them all together, kind of raves a big red flag.
Think about it, though. That's how most serial killers, neighbors, family, and friends would describe them.
Right,
Kinda
that's
odd, kept to themselves, but
It's like he didn't want to try to even remotely attempt to be whatever. He didn't care that he was coming off as offensive or weird. It was like he was unwilling to budge on people should have to come to his level and up to where he's at, is because, you know, he's smarter than everybody, and there's no way you can have a conversation with him and you not know that he's so smart and smarter than you, especially. And to most people, that's offensive.
And he doesn't grasp why you don't understand what he's doing, because if you were as intelligent as him, then you would see perfectly clear what his theory was and what his questioning was and his meaning behind it.
Ding, ding, ding. And he doesn't have time to break it down for you, you peasant, is kind of the mentality that
It's
he
quite
would come
common
off
for most
with.
people with high IQs to do that, though, without realizing they do it.
It would surprise me that this was his first time. Because he's got a level of confidence, like he's got away with it once before, you know? Then I could be wrong, this is just my opinion, but I just feel like that mugshot specifically and the look on his face, he is so freaking proud and just so immensely full of himself that there's no way that he's the first time he's done it and he doesn't know if he's gonna get away with it. Like that's a face, that's a look like, I've done this before, I got this. Like,
I think it's more like he's stuck in a study stage where he's still analyzing it. And
I don't know, I felt like it gave me the heebie-jeebies when I look at it. It looks evil to me.
But again, I'm only basing about because of what his thesis was of. So I think it was all purely scientific. I mean, still that he was a sociopath. He doesn't have any empathy or emotion. That's why he's not showing any. But
you know, I'm over here with my witchy palm, so I'm over here like, oh no, it's his eyes. He's the devil.
Sociopaths are analytical and they tend to analyze things.
Right.
And so he could still just be studying all the aspects of it, and it still hasn't occurred to him yet that he's been caught.
So here is, this will help give you an idea. There. What makes a criminal tick? What motivates them to commit the crimes? Alice likes to read. Alice, would you like to read? She likes to read.
These are questions that have long been debated by criminologists, and while there is no one answer that fits everyone, there are some general characteristics of criminal personality that can be identified. In this blog post, we'll explore all those characteristics and offer some insights on how to deal with this personality type should you find yourself on the wrong side of their schemes. In other words, if you find yourself tied up and gagged.
Sorry, it was muted. I'm over here laughing.
I can't see past Nicole's comment there. What is a criminal personality type, you ask? I'm so glad you asked. So what is a criminal personality and what does it mean? Sorry.
If this is too big, I can make it smaller.
No. There is no single answer to the question of what makes a criminal, as there are many factors that can contribute to criminal behavior. However, some experts believe that there are certain personality traits that are more common among criminals. For example, individuals who are impulsive and have a need for immediate scroll up gratification are more likely to engage in criminal activity. Similarly, those who lack empathy and have a history of aggression are also more likely to break the law.
So which one do you think that is? Do you think he needs that immediate gratification? And that's why he
have
asked.
A history of aggression?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
People who have a high degree of self-control are less likely to commit crimes, as they are able to resist the temptation to engage in illegal activities. While there is
I
no definite answer regarding what creates a criminal personality type, understanding the possible factors can help to prevent crime. Here are some of the most common characteristics and traits of someone who has a criminal personality type. Number 1, criminal personalities are often charming and persuasive. 2, they have a high level of self-confidence.
Cha-ching.
3, they are very good at manipulating people. 4, they're usually impulsive and thrill seekers.
Cha-ching.
5, they don't care about the consequences of their actions. 6, they're often antisocial and have difficulty forming relationships.
Cha-ching.
Criminal personality examples. There are several famous people who have been identified as having a criminal personality type. These include serial killers like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer, as well as high-profile criminals like John Gotti and Al Capone. While each of these individuals had their own unique set of circumstances, they all share certain personality traits that are characteristic of the criminal type. These include a lack of remorse or empathy, a propensity for violence, and a tendency to be manipulative and deceitful. These famous figures provide an insight into the traits of a person who is likely to have a criminal personality type. How can you tell if you have a personal criminality type? I'm so glad you asked. There are certain traits that tend to be more common in people with a criminal personality type. These individuals may be impulsive and aggressive, and they have a history of violence or antisocial behavior. They may also be quick to anger and prone to making poor decisions. Additionally, people with criminal personality type may be skilled at manipulation and deception, and they may be expert at finding ways to exploit the system.
Now, do you think that's what he's up to? Like, by posting where he was going? Because mind you, he's taken these tests. He's took these entry-level criminology.
He's got a degree in the basics.
Yeah.
You're right.
He has his master's degree.
Yes.
So he took this way back in entry level.
Yes.
He knows these types. So now either he's impersonating one of these types, again, out of the obsession, or he truly carries these characteristics.
That's the $1 million question. Because it could be either or at this point.
If you think that you may have a criminal personality type, consider seeking professional help. Oh, there's an obvious.
Immediately.
So that you can learn how to manage your impulses and make better choices on how to get away with it.
Hey, what if that's what his sister does? That's why she does what she does.
Very possible. Benefits of having a criminal personality type. There are benefits. Many people see criminals as callous, manipulative, and ruthless. While it's true that these qualities can be helpful in the life of crime, there are also many benefits to having criminal personality type. For one, criminals are often very intelligent and resourceful, so they'd be good in cells.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bill.
And they're cold, so they could, they would be able to work in the medical field also because blood wouldn't bother them.
Mm-hmm.
Surgeons, think of surgeons that can, do open heart surgery, no problem.
And if you want to be a crime scene, if you want to analyze crime scenes, you can't have a squeamish stomach either. Think about that.
Exactly.
They are good at thinking on their feet and adapting to changing situations. They are also often very charming and persuasive. They can be helpful in convincing others to do what they want. Charlie Manson. In addition, criminals tend to be fearless and risk-taking. This can lead to a life of excitement and adventures. Of course, these same qualities can also lead to a life of violence and destruction. Challenges. There are challenges to this. to having a criminal personality type.
You don't say.
One of the main challenges that come with having a criminal personality type is feeling like an outsider.
You
Nobody wants to
think?
play with me.
They think I'm gonna like make chicken noodle
Bury
soup
them
out
in
of
the
them.
sand. People with this personality type
Well,
often
thank
feel
God.
like they don't belong to mainstream society, and as a result, they can become isolated and lonely. I'm so lonely. This can lead to problems with
I ate
mental
my
health.
neighbor.
That would be a dead giveaway
Oops.
there, yes. Health and addiction.
Burp.
Another challenge that comes with being a criminal is always feeling
Bacon
like you're on the
cheeseburgers.
run. They're after me.
Oh
They're
my
after me.
god.
People with this personality type went too okay. Constantly looking over their shoulder, waiting for the other shoe to drop. This can be exhausting and cause a lot of stress.
You think?
Finally, people with the criminal personality type can have a hard time trusting others because they've betrayed so many times. It's difficult for them to let their guard down and allow themselves to be vulnerable. They're just like you and me. These are just some of the challenges that come with having a criminal personality type.
Great. Nope, I think I'll pass on this one. Let's discover your personality type today.
Oh, I'm done with the test.
Yeah.
Hey, I already know what mine is. Remember, it was like NFPTA
What
or
is
something.
this website?
I
I'm
bet
so
you not a
trying to
single
check
one of
that
us wrote
out.
it down.
I actually have a screen. I did write mine down. I had to go back and watch the video though.
Little pin of rose on your nose.
Well, because I couldn't remember what I was. I just knew it was like NF.
I
or
didn't, and
your
I'm just like, I don't
archetype?
know. I know it, but I don't.
This is Know Your Archetypes.
Oh my god.
So there was that one, and then what I was actually looking for was the different types. I think it's this one. The different types of It was. Can I make this bigger? Oh, control. So, someone who takes someone's life through violence.
Now,
Well, we know that
wouldn't a
much.
murderer and assassin be the same thing? And
Kind of, but see, an assassin typically does it from a distance. They don't normally do it up close and personal like that.
And they're not that sloppy.
Now, if you look at this, imagine this kind of like, like your astrology chart. So, you know how like the one that's directly across from it. So you know how like a rapist does. I should put a trigger warning on here. So, being that it's a domestic violence channel, this is okay. They get a thrill out of the control. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Oh, look, my favorite word, hooligan.
Thought it was asshat.
Oh, that's my other one. I like ass.
You asshat hooligan?
So there's actually different personality traits for each of these types of people. Like, some like to do it like they're like some is spontaneous and not planned, and the other ones are like planned, but then they get nervous and get messy at the end. A criminologist, hold on, that's what I have to look up, is the criminologist personality, and they explain how they think. Does that make sense? Like the different types. So it would explain, like, if you took his personality and like his stalking, this is definitely premeditated. It wasn't something that he did like off the rip. This was well planned out and thought out before he did it. I guarantee he's scoped that house out and maybe even went online and got the layout of it, if he had not yet been in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but remember at the very end, he sneaks in that little nugget and says that he's not going to say how, but remember that he had some kind of previous affiliation to that location before the murders.
Then he's been there before at some
Right.
point. Either
He
he
could. I
waited
mean, it
for
could have been
everybody
simple
to
like
leave.
some one of the things they do. Like, who's to say he didn't like do DoorDash or something for a night,
Or he could have
or
broken
Uber
when he
Eats or
knew when
something.
no one was there. He knew they were
Or
out
who's to say
partying
he
because
didn't
they
go
were
to a party?
Instagramming.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And knew, okay, I got until 2 a.m. to come in and sniff around. And oh god, that's weird. I didn't even think about that. Ew. He was probably like, never mind, keep going.
I know it for some reason. I have a feeling it has something to do with chonies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We think on the same page, Witchy.
Wiggling my nose, you just can't see it.
Mm-hmm. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah. I wonder if our channel bore's salty. He's like, these ladies. Okay. So, does anybody have any idea about his personality type or like his disposition? Is there
I gave one of the Reddit things.
Do you want me to open up those messages?
Well, the messages, and then the other one, the one above it, that it's a young lady. She's like one of his classmates and was a friend. Like, it's been a few years back, and I don't want to quote it because I don't remember, but I think she said that he like tricked her into taking him to buy heroin.
Do you want me to start with number 1?
Damn, I'm a caregiver.
I think I was the intuitive. Oh, no. I was the
You took it?
I was the
Yeah,
the corporate one or whatever it was called. The coordinator or something.
That was an architect. I was an architect on that one. But I just did
She took that one.
What is it called? Not corporate. I was the it starts with the damn C.
You were the campaigner.
That's it. I was the campaigner.
You and Danielle.
Yeah.
But no, I just took the test for what we just had up there. Discover your archetype.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And you're the what?
Caregiver.
She's the nurturer.
That's funny. And last night
So
it was
does
telling
that
me
mean
I
we
need
need
to
to
learn
worry
to be
about
a
you?
caregiver.
Yeah, I'm a little.
Depends on which personality is driving that day.
She does carry a buck knife.
or freaking 20.
Don't forget the small ones I keep in my hair too.
Oh my god.
So, Kaylee, you want me to start with the first one you sent me?
Yeah, I don't remember which ones they are, but I'm pretty sure they have some significance that it'll spark me because you know how I think. I think the way that I talk, and it's like squirrel. I send it as I process it. So you're welcome for letting you go through my thought process. Now you see why I'm so tired all the time.
Well, you know that part in the Matrix where it shows Keanu Reeves when he enters into the main brain, and it shows all them different television sets with all them different theory or all them things happening at one time. That's the way my mind is when I think about things.
Oh my god. That sounds like freaking hell.
It is.
Goodness gracious. Okay, let's see what these folks have to say here. Let's rewind.
And I'm a hick.
Felony burglary. 28-year-old.
What did you say? You thought you were a hick?
Yeah, y'all folks.
4 University of Idaho students. He faces a first-degree murder count for each of their deaths and one.
Let's give them a shout out to
CBS
News. This is given to the
They
nation.
posted it this
CBS
morning
News.
at 9:47, I believe it said.
9:47 a.m.
Shout out, hashtag credit, whatever you got to say.
This is not my
The main
content. This is being shared by
correspondent,
CBS
whoever, what
News.
her name is.
One count of
Fair
felony
use, fair
murder.
use.
28-year-old Bryan Kohberger waived his right to extradition after a brief hearing in a Pennsylvania courtroom, and CBS's Nikki Batiste was there.
Arriving for his extradition hearing shackled in a red jail jumpsuit with a
See how
bulletproof
straight
vest
he
underneath,
walks? He's like,
Bryan Kohberger appeared
he's like, I got
stoic and
this.
calm. Cameras were not allowed inside the Pennsylvania courtroom where
Or he could have had a grandmother his whole life telling him not to slouch.
his mother and sisters crying as Kohberger glanced back at them and nodded. A law enforcement source tells CBS
Wait,
News
wait.
Yes.
Was that his sister, the blonde with the pigtails?
Yes, and the mom, they were sitting front row crying.
nodded. A law
Wow, doesn't
enforcement
his sister
source
look
tells
familiar?
CBS News this crying as Kohberger
The similarities?
Yeah.
glanced back at
To the girls?
them and nodded. A law enforcement
God.
source tells CBS News the suspect's cross-country trip during the holidays from Washington to his parents' Pennsylvania home was tracked using the Easy Pass from his white Hyundai Elantra. Newly released body cam video shows the suspect being stopped by police in Indiana for a traffic violation.
That must be a bunch of blood.
Pennsylvania. The sources say Kohberger expressed surprise that the FBI was involved and asked if he was the only person arrested.
The culmination of that cooperation ultimately led to take the suspect into custody and afforded the families some sense of peace they deserve.
CBS News has learned authorities linked Kohberger's DNA to familial DNA in an ancestry database. Kohberger is accused of killing University of Idaho students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Zana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin as they slept on November 3rd.
In my opinion, his sister has a lot of similarities to Kaylee.
In Madison.
The eyes
Yeah,
are more
even
open.
Maddie.
Her eyes are more open. Nose is slightly bigger. She has a smaller, pointier nose.
Once back in Idaho, a probable cause affidavit will detail the evidence against him.
I definitely believe
That's a
that
pretty
one
big
of the
moving
main
truck
reasons the defendant
for
chose to
evidence.
waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents.
The 28-year-old was a PhD criminology student at Washington State University and lived in Pullman, Washington, about a 15-minute drive from the crime scene. If convicted, Kohberger faces life in prison and possibly the death penalty. CBS News has learned he's still here in a Pennsylvania jail tonight on suicide watch.
They say he exposed one of his female inmates. Or he exposed himself. I was reading that article somewhere just now.
Like his private parts?
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
I just want
Being a pig, and so they put him in the turtle suit again.
Wow. Interesting.
There's a pattern of him treating and talking to women like this.
How you feeling?
Wow, doesn't that remind you of someone else? No comments.
Uh-huh.
Are you ready to go to Idaho?
Why did you do it?
he's not even flinching.
Remember when I was saying, I was like, there's some, they're not phased. Zero phase.
Almost like
Most
they're in a
criminals
trance.
try to duck and
Mhm.
hide their head when they're going through, and he doesn't care who sees him, and he's not even flinching when they're yelling out at him.
Completely checked out.
I wonder if
Like
this one gets to be.
disassociated.
I wonder if this one is the whole video.
It is. I think if it's the 5-minute one.
Along the state, please get your license registration. When I stopped you, when you were driving by me there, you're a little too close to back that semi. About one car between you and the back of the trailer. About one car, you're 10 miles an hour. So you're going 60 or 70 miles an hour. About 6 or 7 cars. Oh, you guys did? Yeah. So. You guys talking about a trooper? We don't have any answer.
See, did you hear him? He
Yeah, I
said that
said
he
we
had
just got stopped by a trooper.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
He was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Yeah. Okay. All right. You thought you guys were following too closely? Okay. Today?
You know, this officer probably knows about this situation. And he was like, oh, my son goes to WSU. And he's like, today? He's probably sharting himself. That's if he didn't know.
Well, I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room, okay? So
He ran the plates, they told him, and he was already pulling him over, and that's why he had to let him go.
Yeah, because he was already pulled over once.
But they had informed him when he pulled him over when he ran his plates as he was pulling him over. They probably told him what was up and that they were watching him to let him go.
Oh, facts, huh? They're probably
Yes.
like, okay, he's still headed down this way. Somebody watch out. You know, because they do that.
Yep.
You
They
might
wanted
be
him
able
to think that they wanted him to think that he got away with it because his arrogance was already,
Prominent.
they had already learned enough to know about his personality type that they could feed into his ego, and he would probably leave a lot of, there's probably a lot of stuff that they had in Pennsylvania, I'd say, for sure.
Exactly. You know what? Now that you've said that, I'm thinking about it. And you're right. They're feeding into his ego, making him think everything is great. Oh, no problem. But they're really tracking where he's going.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because you've said several times, and they know that he knows the way the system works, so they can use that to their advantage by, feeding into his ego side of it, and actually it's not
Getting his
out of
foot on
it
himself.
doesn't break protocol to keep things close to them, and make them think, telling the public one thing while they're doing another. That's actually
long as
what
no one's in
they're supposed to
danger.
do. Right, exactly. And it would be more danger if they was to trigger him and let him know that they were onto him. So in a sense,
No
it
matter what
makes
people
sense.
think, it is not illegal for a cop to lie.
But
It
it's
is
in the
not.
training. It's in the
Yep.
They're allowed to lie. Yep.
and they tell you that anything you say can and will be used against you.
But heaven forbid you tell them a lie.
Yeah, well, that they didn't say, and they didn't give you enough.
Now, they can't entrap you, but they are allowed to lie.
Oh,
They
they
can
can entrap you.
just not in California.
Well, legally, they're not supposed to, but they do. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
10 miles an hour.
This guy he knows what's it called? What's it called when you have a blind spot? Like the
Right.
judicial, and I think he was bouncing on the what's it called? The weak spots in the system.
right.
I just
Now,
wish that
if you
camera would
ask an
show more of
officer
inside
if
that
he is
car.
if you ask an officer if he's an officer, yes, they are supposed to tell you.
Actually, no, they don't have to tell you that. Not in Nevada.
Okay.
Give me another
Especially
reason
if
not to
they're
go
an
there.
undercover police officer.
They have to identify themselves. Yes, they do. If you ask them to identify themselves, they have to identify themselves as an officer.
Well,
No
maybe
matter if
since
you're
there are a lot of shady cops.
Oh, we won't be
Probably true.
discussing.
Yeah.
won't. Some of us know that state all too well.
Yep.
No, I'm not filing my nails. Let me go back to the show.
Going 70 miles an hour, you get 7 cars. Yeah.
Did he say 70 miles an
that's the easy
hour?
way to explain it.
I think so.
The speed limit's supposed to be like 80.
Well,
Or maybe not in that area.
Alright, you guys have a safe trip. Where y'all heading? Thank you so much. Where y'all heading to? Where at? Yeah, it's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes?
Wow. He goes, are you guys scared of airplanes? Like, yeah, why didn't he fly?
Good freaking question.
Oops. Sorry. Oh no, I lost it. Oh,
I wish
fiddlesticks.
you could go more inside the car.
I don't know what that is. Okay, where do we go? I have to go back and click on it again. Let's close this back out. Let's go back to it. What does Kaylee always say?
My Atlanta.
Oh, my Lanta. Unavailable. Oh, why is it unavailable now? What a trip. It won't let it open. Let's close this. Cancel. Close, close. Let's try it again. Oh, it won't let me open it, Kaylee.
That's weird.
I wonder if they just yanked it off the web. Okay. I guess we'll move on. Try this one.
Yeah, do the one of the girl, like the girl that was his. I think she said they were friends, like in high school, maybe, or right after high school. Said you broke YouTube.
No, right? That's kind of freaky. I'll have to go back and try it again.
So according to Brad Bailey law, though,
I don't have many followers.
Go ahead.
A police officer in plain clothes, they only have to identify themselves when using their police powers, but others do not have to identify themselves either, especially undercover cops.
In
I
what
got
state?
curious. It says in every state but California. Honestly.
Sounds about right.
Police officers have no legal obligation to identify themselves or the agencies they are affiliated with.
Right, and they can't arrest you either. They would have to be. So what I'm saying is, like, so say there's a cop and he's like trying to provoke you to say something that would incriminate yourself. They can't use that against you, especially if you say, do you identify yourself as a law officer? If they say no,
that doesn't stop them from trying.
oh, they'll try. But if you incriminate yourself, then it's thrown out of court. Nevada's done it quite a few times on their officers, where they
I had to
they
just
approach
look it up
women.
'cause I wanted to remember how that particular thing comes about.
Where they have approached women in bars and tried to solicit them, and they would be in street clothes. And if she's to ask him, he has to admit to it because it's self-incriminating. That would be, you know what I'm saying? They can't entrap you like that. If she asks and he says, no, I'm not an officer, and then would try to turn around and arrest her for solicitation, yeah. They can't. That's entrapment.
Yeah,
Okay.
what is in criminal entrapment? Yeah, I'm just reading about it right now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to push play.
So I'm not sure who
Is this his sister?
this is going to.
Oh,
reach
it's
out
friend.
to, but regarding the case of the 4 Idaho students that were slain
Nicole said I broke YouTube.
and the arrest that was made, I used to be friends with Bryan Kohberger during my middle and high school years. And then before anyone comes at me and says that I'm just running for clout, I'm not. I have pictures that I will show you. I have screenshots that I will show you. I have yearbook pictures that I show you. I went to school with the kid. I was friends with him. I wouldn't make something like this up. I am just in absolute shock right now. I was heading to lunch when my mom called me, and immediately I knew something was off because I have the type of family that we don't call each other. So if someone does call someone, we know something's bad. She called me and asked me about the murders. I didn't know where she was going with it until she said that it was Bryan Kohberger, and naturally I freaked out and called about 8 of my friends. My brother was really good friends with him. My other friend Brandon was really good friends with him. I'm gonna have a picture of him with him on the green screen as well. I'm shaking still, but anyway, let me show you. This is back. This is Brandon, the one I was just talking about. It's his wife Brianna, and that's me. This was back in 2017. Obviously, that's Bryan. Still has the dead.
I'm over here talking to myself. Does I know I'm like, blah, blah, blah. Does she specify like his personality type like back then?
Yeah, she's gonna talk about it, like the last interaction she had with him and how he acted, and like apparently there was some kind of drug, I think heroin. She said.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Face that it's the eyes. I don't know. But when I spoke to him back in 2017, he was clean. He was a heavy heroin user back in high school, and it was just nice to see it clean up. And at that time, he said he was doing security detail. I believe it was at his school, is what he told me. But he seemed like he was better. Obviously, that wasn't true. Here's another picture from a party that we had at Brandon's house. That's Bryan there. He used to be a bigger kid as well. Again, that's him. And then at the same wedding, I'm here, but he's back there. He was sitting at the same table as me and my mother.
Oh, that must be right here.
But he is back there enjoying a drink. I was sitting right next to him. We talked. He seemed fine. My mom sent me the old school yearbook. That was him. Bryan Kohberger. That was him. He went to Pleasant Valley. Graduated with, I think, my friend Crystal, a year younger than me. This is when he nonchalantly decided to make me drive him around the Poconos for heroin, and I had no idea. I thought I was just doing a nice deed because he needed something, and it turns out that he was getting heroin. Sorry, I'm like, my voice is shaking. I might make a part 2. I probably have to. I don't have a 6-minute feature. I only have a 3-minute feature. I also talk really fast, so I'm sorry.
Interesting. So I wonder what possessed her to make this video.
I guess just so that, like, because everybody's like, oh, I wonder if he had any drug history or whatever else. Well, it sounds like somebody had to be complicit, because there's no way that how do you do a drug like heroin and unbeknownst to anybody else?
And
that's a pretty...
And stay in school and do as well as he did.
Right.
Has anybody else said that he's had a drug problem?
But no, that's what I'm saying. It sounds to me like he would create this, like, he was trying to sound cool, so he thought that was like that would be an acceptable way for, okay, I acted a certain type of way and then I didn't talk to you for a while. So he told her like I was in rehab and was like, making it out like, to try. But I don't think he was just. I think he was just an a-hole, big time. And he was blaming like whatever he did that lashed out, like that freaked her out. He was blaming that on being on heroin, I guess.
Yeah, but if he was on heroin, do you think he would have been as functional?
That's what I'm saying. I think he was just something he made up. Like, I think he lived in La La Land, and then La La Land became. He started like merging them, because I think he lived in a lot of fantasy, like being so submerged in this stuff. The cases that he was studying, I think he became like he started almost in a chameleon way, started adapting and testing, okay, how much can I get away with in certain social settings? Because he was very
funny actions more so than just being odd.
Well, or maybe doesn't heroin make you really tired and groggy?
There's no way he was doing that much. Like he was that attentive in college. If he was on heroin, he would be out of it. And it would kill, his brain would not be, if anything, he's like higher up on the spectrum as far as IQ, like.
But I'm saying he knows the heroin as a decoy to make people think, well, if he's not, he must be on heroin, instead of actually wondering, well, that's some sick shit.
Exactly, that's what I think. I don't think he was ever on any drugs because of him being so like on that health kick, because he knows, he wouldn't even put meat in his body. I don't see him doing the substance thing, but I've been fooled before. Huh? Mm-hmm.
If he won't eat meat, you think he's gonna put? Yeah, I get
Mhm.
you.
Because you've let yourself go as far as self-care. I mean, there's not really much much more. That's kind of the worst of the worst, especially now, because you don't know what you're gonna get. It's like rolling the dice every time you do it. If it's gonna be your last time.
Lady Luck said she should share this with Ellie as part of his background, not the social media.
No, it was. That's why. If trust me, if it's on Reddit, it's the FBI has it. It was on like a. They didn't show the whole thing, but there's a snippet of it on the thing. Like the same thing as all like the class. There's been several classmates that have been interviewed by news interviews and stuff, but they've already been. The FBI has gotten 22,000 tips just on the white car.
And you would think that, if he's going to college, right, and he's driving around, they're going to be like, oh, well, this person has one, that person has one, this person has
Right.
one.
Mhm.
And they were probably told not to say anything to anybody after they told them. And that's
Mhm.
why everything was so hush-hush.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Wow.
And not
That would
only
make
that, though,
sense.
a lot of people are opening up because, I mean, think about it. Who else what would you do if you could say, well, I knew this person and they killed all these people? You're going to want to talk about it.
Oh, I would probably hide because that's like, oh God, I don't even want to say I knew this person. That would freak me out. I don't know. Don't ask me that.
I don't
phone
know.
a friend. Pass.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk about it because what if they don't get convicted?
And no, it's just still like I just feel gross even being that close to it and not knowing because then I like to think that I have a good judge of character and that would like crush me inside to think that I didn't like none of my spidey senses tingled on it, you know? I wouldn't. I don't know. I would probably take that hard.
Kind of killers is they go under the radar.
Yeah, but
you have to think about this. For instance, like by her saying this, if he
Mhm.
doesn't get convicted, she's setting herself up.
Oh yeah, because now he's gonna come for her first. Like, oh, you should have kept your mouth shut if it is true and he is that type. Because he's got a look that says, oh my God, I could represent myself and probably talk myself out of this. Not saying he will, but I mean Ted Bundy. Look what he did. He didn't admit it until death row. He's all the way to the door. I didn't do it. I mean, just
Well,
it
because
takes.
a lot of them he couldn't have done. It would have been extremely impossible. They used him to close a lot of their cases, and there are cops that have come out and admitted it at that time.
It just seems weird for him to do that much stuff to get himself caught like he wanted to be caught, and then take a turn and say, "Oh, not guilty." Like, why wouldn't you just confess if you're really that proud of yourself, or you just because he knows the system, he can drag it out. I think this just is a big fu to the system in some fathom because of the way that he studied it and the ways certain things were exploited, but the things that he exploited, he was very sloppy on. So like even the most poorest and bad police department would have put the pieces together, much less the FBI getting involved immediately. Like it's not. The personality types aren't adding up. Like it's either he wanted to get caught or he didn't. Like he could have been, from what he learned, he could have been way less sloppy about it. Like he had the knowledge, and he's like he wanted to get caught.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. If he didn't want to get caught, he would have been a lot cleaner about it. Especially
right, and he had that knowledge, like how to as far as like what they would look for. So you would. I don't know. It's hard to make it into words and not sound like a babbling idiot, so I'm not even gonna try. It's weird, to say the least.
You never sound like a babbling idiot. What are you talking about?
I've heard myself, so
we're always our own worst critic.
Well, it's just sometimes I don't have the vocabulary or the words to like put my thoughts into it, so it just comes out as like.
I took this as a study and I still get like all Twitter pated when I'm up here.
Well, I think mine is like a lot of it now that I have words for it is because of this simian thing. Yeah, that's why.
You're blaming it on the simian.
I'm trying to disconnect feeling from logic, and sometimes I get tongue twisted because when that don't make sense to me, it mind f's me for a minute.
He
I
asked,
usually can make it make sense.
Let's see. Nicole said, maybe he has a bigger plan. His attorney was the one who stopped the cleaning of the house so they could bring their own team in there.
Oh yeah, he knows everything that he knows everything about the way the judicial system works to like as far as what to request and how to use the system to take, if nothing else, stall.
And and you know they law enforcement's aware of his study, and so they're gonna know. Okay,
well,
he's
didn't
up
he
to
waive the
something.
extradition?
Yes, but the reason he did that is because he wants the knowledge of what they know.
Why would he
Because
want
his
that?
lawyer,
Why that?
because his lawyer can ask for discovery
He's
on
on
this
the
case.
oh yeah, he's already like 12 miles into overdrive into his defense. This is very much so been pre-planned because he's already in motion. That's why he's got his own team collecting evidence, because that's what you have to do when you're going to go and have a defense that goes in front of a jury. So they're going to try to.
They're going to try to plead not guilty, is what you're saying.
No, they're hoping for a sloppy police department and a simple as not dotting a T and crossing an I to get him on a technicality, because he knows the system and that's all it's going to take, and he would get out. And that's why I'm glad that they've done what they've done, because boy, if he knows what to look for, and it's going to be as simple as if they didn't read him his rights when they ask him the questions the first time, and they do it in a state that he's not being. They got to be careful. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I'm not educated enough to know. I just know that they better be careful how they ask him and what they ask him, and they better do it by the book, because he studied it the same way they did.
And some of them even more, because some of the street cops or whatever are not as trained as he is in some stuff.
Exactly. And it's as simple as I've seen people get away with big time stuff on stuff like, oh, I wasn't read my rights, or I wasn't told that I could have my own. I wasn't given a lawyer or something. I wasn't advised of this. It's simple. Like
they even let him have his little vegan dinner. They did. They were like, nope, we don't want to mistreat this guy. They'll try to find some way to let him out. Let me see. Lady Luck also said he asked the professionals questions from a learning perspective.
Didn't raise red flags somehow.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise
Hindsight
me
being 2020, I'd say probably now, but at the time, he just sounded like an eager student that wanted to be the next best criminal.
He's
The best.
coordinating his own defense, actually.
Yeah, that's what I tried to say, but I just didn't have this fancy of terms. He's definitely doing that.
Lady Luck says he would be forensically aware, but slipped up.
And he's hoping for the same thing, that these people slip up clerically, or they could have all the evidence, but when it comes to the judicial system, if it's not presented in a certain way and in a certain fashion, it's irrelevant. It'll all get thrown out, and you don't get a second shot.
She's right about that.
Can only be tried for the same the crime one time.
Casey Anthony is the walking in. Oh my God! Don't even get me started.
Epitome of that. Yep.
Oh God.
Yeah, OJ.
I'll get it. They were represented by the same person, so don't even get me effing started.
Yeah, we better hope he doesn't have OJ's lawyer. Yeah, he's probably sitting there telling the lawyer what he wants done and what he wants investigated and everything, because if he didn't have the money to afford an attorney, like what they were saying, didn't they say that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't represent himself.
If he represents himself, he did it. There's no way. If you were not guilty of something, even on this magnitude.
But that's why Justice wears a blindfold, though. She doesn't recognize the difference between a criminal and an honest man. It's all about the facts and how they're presented.
Yep.
Right.
And how they're collected is even more important.
The justice system is not necessarily set up to protect the innocent. It's just a way to establish guilt.
It's all about who presents it, because if you could have a story, and if some speaking from my own personal experience right here, so that's why I'm going to say it the way that I say it. If some a-hole gets up there and just completely makes it about something like drugs instead of about the bigger picture and minimizes it, there's absolutely nothing that you can do, and it doesn't make your story any less true, and it doesn't make you any less of a victim. But that's irrelevant whenever you get, and it becomes semantics when you get into it
It's
on
how
that
these
level.
women get charged for murder when they finally fight back.
Yes.
And being like, especially if you're a minor, you really are like helpless as far as if the people that you are put in that position to protect you and they're not, and they don't, and they're that's what they're I mean there's not even no doing that, you know. If you don't have anybody like a parent that gives a flying flocker, you know, there's nothing. It's just you're a statistic at that point, and it happens. So it would blow your mind if you knew how many of them that you probably shop, you know, walk past at the grocery store that you'd never know, because it's so normal.
Hmm. And for them, it's just part of the status quo. It's what happens.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I live in a county where it's known around here that they're a little bit more harder. Grady Judd is way harder on drugs and stuff like that than he is on stuff like.
Well, heck, I've known people that go to jail for long periods of time over stupid things, but then people that should be in prison are walking.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you're
the
gonna go
majority of
do
the
a life
time
sentence for drugs, but yet you'll get out in less than 10 years on
murder.
doing something to a child. No, like, and that to me is worse. The worst thing you could do. You're the worst kind of human being to do that.
And they're really not called prison now. They're supposed to be what was it called again? Rehabilitation facilities.
Yeah, freaking
But there's
pish posh.
some crimes that are not rehabilitable.
Yeah, you don't just wake up one day and no longer attracted to children. Sometimes you just are better at fighting off the urges because you are like. But to me, it's a ticking time bomb. If you do it once, they'll do it again if given the opportunity.
My cousin, when he was 13, he made the news because he was convicted for attempted murder and was tried as an adult, and he was the youngest juvenile to have been done so in this state at the time. And he was actually in the Elko prison at that age when they shut down that prison for their mistreatment of the prisoners. But he had a big screen TV, he had cable, he had all of this stuff.
They have access to internet.
Yep.
The hell?
Yes, they do.
Yes. No prison around here. Hell no. It's freaking. Oh, I mean, I've been in lots of different ones of visitation, and I tell you, none of them were anything close to luxurious. I tell you that. So gross. Like you
the
can't
guards were
wash it off.
extremely brutal to the inmates, and they ended up shutting that prison down. And my cousin was one of those inmates, and he was like 13, 14 years old at the time.
I believe that the lawyer he got, I think her name is Annie.
No, his lawyer was a guy. I think it was the same. His parents were. I think it was a family lawyer the way it was worded.
The one for Bryan.
Yeah.
The one in Idaho is a public defender, and I believe her name is Annie.
Yeah, this was for the Pennsylvania, like, so it's obviously something I would say because of the family. But that's weird that the whole family, he would feel the need to say that he was representing the whole family. Like, okay, well, why do they need a lawyer?
Is asking if it's true that Idaho doesn't accept the insanity plea.
I believe I did hear that, and that they do have the death penalty.
I do believe a lot of states won't accept the insanity plea, but it's really hard to prove even if they did.
Yeah, because they will twist it to where to, you know, like that.
What a person to know that that's what I mean when I say exploiting the weak spots in the system. And what better, I tell you, he took a class or two about a thing or two.
I know Texas is lenient for crimes of passions.
It just seems weird, like almost like he studied it to know like where the laws were looser, and maybe that's why he went to school where he went. And maybe these girls were just victims of the fact that he knew those laws would be more exploitable and more loose there. And the fact that he crossed so many state lines, it creates out of nothing else a cluster fiddlestick.
And that's when it becomes more of a federal crime. Like once he crosses state lines, and if there's like, for instance, say the weapon is in one state, then
Even the
that state's
car,
able to
even
be
the car.
involved.
I mean, they can be as petty as if he was like stalking the girls. That's even like using an electronic device to do, you know, from state to state to state, because he, at a minimum, he was from Washington to Idaho to Washington to Idaho, and then Pennsylvania. That's a lot. That's quite a few states.
And
1,
all
2,
the
3,
states
4.
in between.
Exactly.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if when Idaho puts out their charges, premeditation is.
I want to know if
going
any
to be one
other,
of them.
like, there's any other, like Kainana was saying about maybe any open cold cases, or even ones that are just that happened in that time span for that month or whatever. I wonder if there's any that are just have that same like blonde hair kind of age group that would be really, really hard to not connect if
Well,
it
I
did.
brought up all the cold cases. I have here a list of them for Pennsylvania. For what's it called? What's that town called?
Scranton?
Yeah.
Scranton.
Yeah, I have all their cold cases they have recently.
So what do we have over the last, say, 2 years?
That's the only problem. It doesn't show it to me like that. I was looking at some of their pictures though, and none of them fit those pictures.
Blonde, blue
But
eyes.
okay, is there like anything just as far as like maybe the age?
I'd have to actually download each individual file. I was just doing a quick glance at it, but I can show
Right.
you this, which it tells me, doesn't say the age, but it shows pictures of the victims, and none of them are really showing as a blonde hair, blue-eyed girl.
There was only one brunette. I believe she was the one from Arizona.
But the way that those two were
Can you guys
casually
hear me?
killed compared to the
Yes,
other
hon.
two,
Yes.
Okay.
then those were purely probably incidental. But then what about the two that survived?
This was on Reddit. Says, no, there are 2 accounts that are believed to be him on Reddit. Username Inside Looking, which posted daily except for the week of alleged travel to PA, Pennsylvania, and his last post on 12/29 at 9 p.m. approximately 6 hours before he was charged. Inside Looking states over and over the targets were X and M. On a TikTok believed to be him, he states K scream at 3:30 a.m. saved the other 2. Sick.
Kaylee.
And X and M would have been, I think,
Zena and
Maddie. I
Maddie.
don't think he was. I don't think he planned for the boyfriend to be there at all.
And they
'Cause-
said that he was there just because one of them was worried about a stalker.
Yeah.
I
And
wish
then-
we would have started studying this a lot sooner.
Then the next thing says, does the killer, the question is, does the killer likely live in the neighborhood? It says, if we remove the white launcher from the equation, it is likely the killer lives within walking distance. How many other males live in the nearby homes or apartments? Just wondering how many folks like IH are in the vicinity and how they are ruled out. Then someone commented on it from the page that's supposedly, allegedly, for entertainment purposes only, Bryan on Reddit, that says, you mean 0, it says you mean 0% chance. And somebody commented on it like, WTF, what the heck, that's a weird thing to say. And then the other one's got like the emojis that's like with the big eyeballs, like, what the heck, Like, what did you just say? And then it says, is inside looking doesn't respond, you know. And then they said, oh yeah, been going deep on the account's content history, holy F. And then they said, yeah, this is effing weird. Might want to screenshot their account before it disappears.
I wonder how easy it is to edit those to make them look convincing. But what would be
That's
the
what I
purpose?
wonder. Okay, then that person says, from the inside looking says, blood runs down from XE, room not stairs. Like he's going on here and correcting the stuff that is about, like the details about what is being said, and like in a very I don't know how to explain this. In a way that's like
explicit.
Well, no, it's just he's the matter of detail. Like he's correct, very specific, and like being almost petty. Like you know, the blood. This is where the blood was actually dripping from, and that's weird. That not just anybody, even a troll, would think like that to even have that kind of argument. You know, that's like a weird thing to do, even for weird people. Like,
well, if he knows where the blood was dripping from, that means he went back to the scene multiple times to see how much of a mess he made.
Exactly, and this, because that's what they're talking about. I can't see, half of it's cut off from the screenshot. It says the scale of the reality hit home. So much talent, so much life to live, all lost. The piece of crap did this, needs to be found. Agreed. The inside of the house showed stairs next to the sliding glass door. The immediate outside where blood runs down appears to be those stairs. Makes me wonder. He comments on that and says blood runs down from XE, room, not stairs. And I think that's the Xana and Ethan.
Yes, because their room, that was like supposed to be in Xana's room, I think.
Right. How would he know that? Why? How would anybody on the street know the layout like that? And where, and that's just a weird.
When was that posted?
This was it says 4 days after. I'm assuming after all the. It did, like, it would have been 4 days from whenever this person screenshotted it, so I can't say it was 4 days ago from today because I doubt it, but it's been on Reddit for a day. But the screenshots say that this was from the news, like the very first news briefing, so I would say probably mid-December, right around the same time probably around the 12th when he posted that thing on 4chan. But the thing on 4chan was like, remember it said, it was the way it was spelled, it was like horrors, but it was like weird spell.
It was like HOOOOOOOORRRS, something like that. E.
And then it says in all capital letters, look at the killer's route.
At the what?
The killer's route. I don't know how to say it.
R-O-U-T-E. Are you talking about like where it says like the route name?
No, it says look at the killer's like the
trail.
Yeah, driving, like the way he, like that kind.
Oh,
path.
His route. Okay. Like different places.
And then it says the route or route. How do you say it? Route.
Route.
Well, it depends on where you're from. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's a route, and then the root is a plant or something that goes into the ground, or the root.
Well, I know that, you rootin' tootin' darn silly girl. It says the route through the house or the route in the second rear sliding doors. And then the inside looking person posted a floor map of the house, which is weird. And then it's got it marked on there. I sent this to you.
Is this on the screenshots where it says screenshots couldn't fit it all?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's weird. It's like he's got red marks. Like I think he's implying like where he actually unalived them. And how would you know that? There's no way that there's not a crime scene investigator that would leak that kind of information this early on in the investigation. So it just, the whole vibe of it just makes your skin crawl. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, keep going. There's a.
Now this is alleged. This doesn't mean this was actually him writing this. We're just making that a statement. that
It's
this
buzzing
could be
around.
rumor. We don't know. We're speculating over some statements
Buzz.
that were posted in Reddit.
Right. That are just really specific that are odd. Like, if nothing else, he's super close to the investigation to even have that kind of. And it's weird.
This is the week of alleged travel to PA, and his last post on the 12/29 at 9 p.m. approximately 6 hours before he was charged. Correct, because he was charged on the 30th. Inside looking states over and over targets X and M on a TikTok believed to be him. It states case. Okay.
Well, I'm thinking I need to call it a night because I've been having my brain overworked all day and
Okay, sweet pea.
I gotta take a break from this for a minute.
Okay, well, you get some rest.
I am, as soon as I can let down all the articles that I'm skimming through right now.
Okay, and just hold on to them for us, and then we will go over all of them.
All right.
Okay,
And then
sweetie.
answer your question earlier in back chat. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we could have a group discussion afterwards, like maybe tomorrow afternoon or something.
Yeah, it'll have to be before 2:30 my time, but okay.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay, sweetie. Thank you. Night.
Good night.
And I'm probably still gonna stay up a minute going over this stuff too, but
Well, we can all gather our stuff up and then bring it back after we get to hang out with Salty for a bit.
why
I'm so
is Salty
excited.
around?
I believe he's gonna be on tomorrow, Wednesday.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. I'm real excited about that, and of course I'm gonna be at work, so I'll only be listening, but still, I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. He
Alrighty.
has that nice, that nice calming room, where you get to be at peace.
All right, so I'm gonna keep skimming these and probably fall asleep to it and have horrific nightmares. So thank you.
No.
Oh God. Sage.
Yes, Sage. This is for educational purposes only.
Sage.
You know what I'll do? I'll
All
even
right,
burn some
ladies.
incense for you, so you don't have any
Good night. And if any more
scary
trolls
mirrors.
show up that say that they're that guy again, hit me up and let me know. I'll wake up for it.
Oh, yes. Okay, we could do that.
All
I
right.
know it's kooky. He's came in twice.
All right. I'll
Yeah,
talk
and he
to
don't
you
like
later.
being called out. He clams up. Y'all both did the same thing. As soon as he came in, y'all like beep 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 zeroed in. I'm like, wait a second, no.
That's the second time he's come in. I've never seen him in another channel.
No, and it's like weird. Only when we're talking about him, it's fucking freaking me freak out, man.
All right. Good night, ladies.
Night, sweetheart. Love you.
Love you too. Night, Kaylee.
Good night.
Okay. Let's see here. So on this one, it says, what's a TikTok handle? Can you link it? Link, please. Oh, what is my mouse doing? What did I do? Okay, there we go. My mouse is acting funny. Okay. Was this it? Oh, was this the post right here?
Yeah, but just go to the next screen because it's the screenshot of it, so it won't let you click the link.
Okay, so how do I go to the next one?
It should just be like a arrow maybe at the very top or very bottom.
Here, let me try opening it again. Is this?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And then I think if you just click like on the next arrow, like maybe on the keyboard, it'll just like it'll take you to the next page.
This button? I don't know why it won't let me do it. Maybe this. No.
Or maybe click with the arrow on your keyboard because it opens it up in like a PDF thingy.
Oh. Okay. So is it this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just have to go back to each one. Someone said they feel bad for him. Oh, this must be. Maybe they're talking about Jack.
I think yeah. The Maddie's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend.
I wonder if he knew this guy.
But look at this is allegedly Bryan comments on that.
Inside looking. He
Yes,
dodged the
now look what he
bullet.
says. Yeah. What else? No, God. Yeah, and look at the
Inside
next thing.
looking.
Yeah, you probably would have killed him too, no?
Reddit.
Excuse you? He dodged a bullet. Like, in other words, he'd have been there. I'd have got him too. Like, that's how I interpreted it. Like Ethan,
Yeah, he probably would have killed him too. No, excuse. Oh, okay. I see what.
Yeah.
I see what he's saying. He dodged a bullet, in my opinion. Then I don't know if they're being facetious by saying that or if they're saying because he wasn't physically there.
Either way, that's a very freaking mean, cruel thing to say to somebody that's dead. It's like either you gotta be, at a minimum, you might have to be a little bit of an a-hole to even post that, even from a troll standing point,
Yeah.
But it exists. I don't trust it. I believe I see it. Like, people still have no sense of.
Did we do this one?
Let's see. Yeah, no, this is the. Oh God, yeah. Here, trigger warning. It's not this. It's the way he responds to this. But for that to make sense, you have to read this. So trigger warning.
Should we read this out loud or let them all
Just
read?
yeah, you can read it
If
out
you
loud.
could
I'm
all
just
read
saying.
it.
It's a theory. They make it clear it's a theory.
Okay, this is just by theory, and again,
And he
this is
feels the
not
need
my
to
typing.
critique it in a detailed way that's very just chilling.
Okay. I've always thought X and E were the targets, but whoever did it knew the house was sleeping. They knew the house's sleeping arrangements. They went into M and K's room while it was completely dark, and started in on K before realizing, shit, this isn't E and X, and then had to take M out to prevent her from screaming and waking up the intended victims. After the perp went down to the next floor, he took out E and X and then left because that's all he wanted. My theory could go vice versa. This two intended were M and K, and perp accidentally started and in the wrong person in the dark. That's why the roommates were unharmed and they weren't targets. And it was luck that the killer just didn't go into their room. Yeah. I've never seen anyone mention this perspective, but I haven't really been following.
And then comment from this alleged, supposed, maybe Bryan page. Look.
So how would this inside looking know what room they went into first?
Look what
that hasn't been disclosed yet.
Exactly. That's what makes it so chilling. Did you see what he said? Killer. Yeah. He critiques it. Says killer went into such and such E and I think he said E in X's room. Yeah, killer went straight to X's room. It was not by accident.
This was definitely said assailant on this account, the Papa Roger Facebook. Outside looking in, outside EI, outside I looking on Reddit before he made this new account.
This is
The
shit
day
is
before arrest,
weird.
Papa Roger made a memorial page, although it was a mixture of photos. Every single one contained Maddie. And saying it was about the killer's route, making so much sense. Dude, it's so creepy, man. I'm just curious why you targeted them. In other comments, he mentions X and M worked together many times. I believe the waitress, right? Here's the article just came out on harassing the waitress.
True.
Okay. Oh, what did
Look
I
at
do?
every single post that he commented on. That's all. Like, you can go on Reddit and you can see a person's interactions and like what they, especially a discussion, and he felt the need to critique everything about the case and the way that it was being said. Like, he just the weird stuff, like where the blood was coming from, who was targeted.
So can't we just Google these things and see if there's comments in there?
Hold on, let me go back to the page I was on. Okay, this one is on. When you click on the screenshots, it says there's 20 of them. It says I'm on page 6 of 20. It says inside looking, and then there's a map. Hold on, I'm gonna screenshot just this part and send it to you, and then you can put it up on the screen. And then I'm gonna zoom in on this because it's weird where he's got marked with red X's. Okay, I just sent it to your messenger.
We'll start with this one. Let me close these out. And then I'll just scoot this over here. Nicole says, I'm going to bed too. You ladies are fun to listen to and keep me laughing. Have a good night. Take care of your cold tainted ink. Thanks for chatting with me, Lady Luck. Good night, Kaylee. Night night, sweet pea.
Good night.
Let's see if we can find something, Lady Luck. So this is the Idaho page.
Yeah, scroll down to
like the beginning.
No, it's just I think he posted it. Just it was earlier. It was because I sent you the link from there. You played that one earlier. Keep going, and that's the other thing I was talking about. The daughter. That's where I seen it. You can see. Then the timeline, like
wow, there's a lot of them. Is there a way to start at the beginning?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing when I was sending the links. But that was like,
is there a sorting option?
I think
there's
kind
79 comments.
Yes.
Let's see. Sort by. Here we go. Sort by old. So this would be from day one, unless he's deleted them. But he would have been arrested unknowingly, so it would have been stayed up unless he got rid of it at some point. Sort by old, but the oldest is 7 hours ago. No, because the other one said like a day ago. Let's see. I guess we just have to manually do it.
What was it called again? Inside looking.
Is that the name of the page?
I think so. Inside, but the capital I and a capital L, but yeah. What's the other one they said? Something. It was on Facebook. Papa something. Inside looking or the.
Mm. Account deleted. Yeah, it says inside looking, comments and history.
Can you still see it?
See what it takes us.
95.
One page of 33.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. I couldn't get it to load for me though. If it comes up, I'm almost gonna be mad. Because I just kept getting that ring of death.
Okay.
Oh, you piece of crap.
It's kind of fuzzy, but... Or just slowing down, updating public. Yeah, it goes back to the owner. Look at the killer's route. But these are screenshots. We can't really get to the actual...
Yeah, because it's deleted, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's what it
Or this
said.
is a download of their history.
No, ex-military, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the map right there.
No, they were Sigma Chi.
Yeah.
Being on the run is not fun. X and M were targets. Not sure. Maybe kept in KS room? Oh, K's room.
Yeah, the dog.
Well, how did they know? Oh, killer were X and M. So is this inside looking? Is this like the person like he told?
I think so. I think this was him. Like, and he was just, he couldn't not, like, he was so arrogant and narcissistic that he had to, like, to brag and boast.
So he's like bragging on himself then.
I think so. And like critiquing the details of it that only the person who did it could have known, or the person that's investigating, and there's no way anybody with a badge is going to be that loose with their lips in this early on an investigation.
Well, they wouldn't have said anything. Nobody in there.
Right. They would have have that kind of info.
Yeah, they would have gotten trouble.
That's
They
a
can't
weird
have
thing.
they can't have an inside leak like that.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying that they don't have them. I'm just saying that it probably would be not very wise.
Yeah, but they would have already they'd plug it by then. But maybe that's why the account's down. Who's to know? It just seems weird. It kind of went down right when he got arrested. You know? Like, its last post corresponds, like, right at the time that they, like, 6 hours before they came and arrested him.
Where does this take us? Oh, everybody's been having issues loading it, I guess.
I think that's a telltale sign the feds done nipped it.
Kind of like the video we were watching earlier.
Yeah. It was on that page.
Oh. Yeah, because I couldn't
And
load
I
it
watched
anymore.
it, but I'm saying I watched it earlier, so that means that something has happened in the last 3 hours, almost 4.
Well, yeah, they're gonna pull this kind of stuff.
That tells me that it must be something that is going to be it must be something that is somewhat true, or something that is going to be, they want to keep it in court so that it can be admissible, That makes
Hi,
me think that
Justice
maybe
for
it was him.
Harmony. It's nice to see you here. Justice for Harmony's here. She said she fell asleep, so she's
Hello.
going to rewind.
Okay. Rewind.
And listen to all of our yippee yappy stuff.
Do it on 2 times speed so I can sound like a chipmunk.
Oh my gosh. OMG. That is so funny. So I really truly would like to I'm really trying to really think about what his motive would be other than, him having an issue with the girls being together, being that close. I do understand their philosophy on, maybe this was just part of like his school project that he just took a little way too far.
Right.
But that
Exactly.
means that he carries those characteristics.
Even if he adapted his way into it,
And they tend to
Like-
be chameleons
Right. Exactly.
because they don't know how to sense true emotion.
And yeah, who's to say he didn't blend in with the wrong stuff? If they can do it, then they can. Just as much as it can be used for good for them to use it to like blend in and be normal, they can use it to be menaces.
Oh, that's exactly something a judge would say, a menace to society.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Luck says he wants everyone to know that he did it and got away with it. Important to him. Yeah, remember,
Yes. That's the part of the story he's got to have.
I'm going to keep
getting
back
away
to-
with it.
I'm going to have to keep going back to my reading and really listening to it because
I think he's holding his breath on a slip up in the way that they present the investigation, or the way that they, all the way down to the way that they try him, because of it being so. Listen, if they mess up and one of the states tries him and he's like, nope, I was technically in Washington whenever I got rid of the knife, that's all it's going to take, and they're boom, done. They don't get to try again. Like, they got to be on their P's and Q's, and I think because of him knowing that he's being arrogant, because he's thinking there's no way with this many different agencies and their fact that most of the time they have a hard time wanting to work together, that they better just be on the ball and have their P's and Q's, because if they spell his name wrong in the freaking write-up, that's all, something that simple will fuck this
Yeah.
whole thing up.
On a silly technicality.
Yes. And he knows what to look for.
Did you just send me this, the house?
Yeah, that was on that Reddit page before it went down.
So this is... I'm going to try to move this over here without... Okay, I guess I'll just download them. Yeah, because I don't want to accidentally... Download. Oh, I gotta click on one at a time. Holy macaroni. Okay. Boy, when she sends you stuff, remind me not to post that one on accident. I'll really get in trouble. Holy macaroni, she sent me all kinds of fun stuff. Oh, this was our whole conversation. Never mind. I'm so bad. Okay. Boy, I'm glad I didn't move it over there. Okay. So there's this one. Okay, download that one. And this one. Okay. Now I gotta go find it. Do. Here, you can look at this cute, sexy bunny. How do I open it? Just once. Look how cute it is. There. You guys can sit there and look at that while I'm looking for these little things. Why I'm looking for these little things that I just downloaded.
Isn't that the worst when you download something? You're like, okay, now where the F did it go? Download it to where?
I know. And sometimes, like, you know, because I feel under pressure. So I'm like, okay.
Slicky.
Yeah, get your brain to work. Get your brain to work.
That's whenever I do the blah, 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 that. Brody, what are you doing?
So these are today. Okay. So there's this one. Okay. So now what is this? Are you able to see it? Okay.
Okay, this is like a map or a layout, I guess so to say, would be more appropriate, of the house that it happened at. And from what I think, it looks like it's red where certain things happen, you know?
Oh. Wow. So all over the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
So this must be where they found evidence.
That's what I think.
So
And
now this
from-
is on the... What floor is this? What does this
says
say?
vacant bedroom.
Zaina. And... I think that's an X.
Ethan.
Okay. So this is Zaina's room.
Uh-huh.
So this... Okay, so if you remember the photo from the outside of the house... So this is where that was going down the wall outside.
Yes.
Okay. This was a vacant bedroom. We have the living room. And someone said that he washed his hands.
I think the red is where his DNA is at, throughout the whole house.
Gotcha.
It's like a cheat sheet or something in a weird, sick way. Like he's going to be testing. He knows where it's at, so he's going to be testing the, you know, when they come in, to compare it to when they go up in trial. Like, okay, well, here's all the spots you missed. Like, it's weird.
For some reason, I could sense him doing something like that.
Yes.
If
In a
he's
weird,
that proud-
arrogant way. Yeah.
If he's that proud, and if you remember what I said, I was like, he seems like he does want to talk about it, like he's hurt, but not in the way that we would get hurt if we were like turned down. His his pride is hurt.
Right.
But
Right.
what would have caused that pride to be hurt is my question. You know what I mean? I'm so glad that I burnt some incense. I'm like, I need some pretty smelly stuff. What do you think, Lady Luck? Lady Luck, why don't you bring your beautiful self on up here? Let's listen to some of that beautiful Australian accent. What is SK? Female partner and him were SK. Does she mean like SKs?
Swingers Club?
No, I think she means the cereal ones. Like
Oh,
Fruit
serial
Loops.
killer.
Except
Oh.
Fruit Loops.
Oh, like Fruit
She
Loop
said
and
completely
like.
unbeknown to me.
Okay, well, let's not ask her judge a character. Just kidding.
I don't know. It's becoming quite the turn on. I'm just kidding.
Oh god. Like Stepher is attracted to Fruit Loops.
Be like, oh, you look so cute with that buck knife, baby. Okay.
Yeah, you can be the white milk to his Fruit Loop.
So vanilla. Okay.
Alice is probably like, dang, I like that 9.
Mm-hmm.
Well, evil stabby girl.
That's a sexy knife. Okay. Is this the same picture?
Yeah, but look what he wrote under it.
Oh, snaps. Killer enters sliding door and exits sliding door. If K and M or KM were targets, the
Haley
path
and Maddie.
doesn't cross XE. If XE were targets, the path doesn't cross K and M and did not reside at the home. Therefore, X and M must have been targets.
Huh.
Wait, killer enters the sliding door and exits sliding door. If K
Which is through the kitchen.
KM were targets, the path doesn't ever cross X. No, because if he went through the sliding glass door, they wouldn't. Oh no, because the sliding glass door is up in their room, up in the girls' room.
The sliding glass door is in the kitchen.
There's also one off the girls' room.
Right,
Nope.
that's his whole point. He could have never, if they were the targets, he could have used that sliding glass door and never crossed the other paths. He's saying that's why he's saying that he did that. He didn't do it from a. He's correcting this person, saying you're not thinking logically, you idiot. This
Right.
is this, you know.
If he entered the room from the girls' floor, that's why they would be first. But if he entered the room, if he entered the house through the middle floor, where X and E were,
he never would have had to go up there at all.
He would have never had to go upstairs.
Right.
So then that's why they're saying X and E were the targets. Because he entered the house from X and M's room. But why would he have only done the serious damage to the girls upstairs?
Because Ethan and Kaylee did not reside in the home. Therefore, X and M must have been the targets. As in the girlfriend, whatever. I always say her name wrong. Zana and Maddie were the actual targets, and that Kaylee and Ethan were just victims of circumstance because they were drunk and staying the night.
Yeah, but if that's the case, was he angry because they were there? And
I think he thought that there was something going on with Maddie and the girl, like LGBTQ that way, you know.
Yeah, but if X and M were the original targets,
that means that he was watching them for a while, and based on their patterns, they should have been in the bed together. He wasn't interpreting them to have guests and been in different rooms.
Oh, was she supposed to normally be upstairs?
They were like they're the ones who actually lived together in the house, and apparently they were super tight. And then on a normal basis, they were like they were, you know, like you said, you and your best friend were. It's not like, I mean, I guess to other people when you kind of say it out loud, because I heard you say it out loud, I was like, oh, maybe that's a little like, maybe it would be interpreted as a little bi-curious, if nothing else, you know. And maybe that's how it was interpreted by the way they took Instagram photos. Is kind of where I'm going with that, with Bryan.
Right.
And him not knowing them on a personal level and just seeing what meets the eye on the surface and on Instagram, he could just be like, you know, chastising them based off of what he sees, and you know, because he sees it that way, it is that they were involved in some kind of, you know, whatever is not offensive to say, same sex stuff, yeah. Which I can understand if he's Catholic, that's a no-no for sure.
What does Lady Luck think about this? Where did Justice for Harmony go? She done run off already.
She rewinded, silly.
That's right. She rewinded it. Rewound, sorry. She rewound.
It was me. She was copying me.
Rewinded it. Y'all better come hither. I'm going to take a switch after that ass.
You know it.
Make sure it's not the little flippy green ones.
Those things hurt. They don't break.
No, they don't. And they whip through like a leather strap. Like a skinny little leather strap.
Bootay. Ain't nothing worse having to go pick your own switch off the tree to get your butt whooped with. Tell you what, I didn't have to do it twice.
I've been there, had to do that.
Ow.
I was like, oh, let me get this little tiny one. Nope, I learned my lesson the hard way.
Oh yeah, and it's funny too because my Meemaw just laughed like, "Oh yeah, that's the route I took too. It's okay. You won't do it again." I damn sure didn't. I got
I'll
the
be like-
biggest, fattest one the next time.
No doubt.
'Cause there was always a next time. I was a little baby for a little while.
That is some of the most painful stuff ever.
Yes, the little tiny one. It stung so bad when I tell you. Because listen, I went into it with such confidence that it was gonna be the opposite way.
He's like, yeah, give it to me.
Yeah, and oh my god, I was not expecting it to hurt that bad. Yeah.
And this was Meemaw, huh?
Absolutely.
She's like, bet you won't do that again.
Oh yeah, I don't even think I got in trouble ever again because I didn't have F that. I'm not messing with switches no more. I'm just gonna do what I'm not gonna do that no more.
Wow.
And I was like the baby, so I gotta, there wasn't very many things that she would be bust out a switchable, but I've learned very quickly what was, and that was like tattletaling. Because man, with all the kids running around, I can see now as an adult. I can imagine if it was like one after the other, just over every. Yeah, there's one way to nip it in the bud.
So I used to tell my kids if they started bickering, I'd be like, I'm gonna make you guys sit there and hold hands till they fall off.
Oh my god,
they already don't
that's
like
why
each other.
I think that's why I like you. I swear to God, you could have been my Meemaw's like long lost little gypsy baby or something. Because she made me and my brother hug each other until we loved each other again. Until she said, and we were both being stubborn little shits. And I tell you what, she won. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, we just mean mugging each other, but it's kind of hard to like mean mug each other when you're at that age, when you're like right there, like pretty much nose to nose. Because I mean, my brother's funny looking, so I just couldn't keep a straight face, and she got what she wanted. A-hole.
It's called love.
Yeah, ew.
And I always tell them, I'm like, you guys need to understand that
you're all you're gonna have one day.
Yep.
Say it, I swear.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep. That's all you have. That's all you have. When I'm gone, that's all you have is each other. So you better learn to love each other.
Oh my god, I'm gonna mute you while I eat my Twizzler very angrily.
For real, for real. Let's see, Lady Luck.
Some like weird ass reincarnation shit.
I believe in reincarnation.
No freaking way, not that fast.
Lady Luck said the first transgender killer executed in U.S. today in Missouri. I heard on Fox News.
Fun fact.
Steefers is back. Steppers. Love each other. Good morning. She's so cute. How are you doing this morning, Steffers? I'm so jealous. Now I'm going to have to go buy some of those damn things.
They're so good.
I know. But are you eating Twizzlers or Red Vines?
Well, what the heck? There's a Red Vine. I'm eating a Twizzler. Can you hear it? Nom nom.
So the Twizzlers are the more greasy ones, and the Red Vines are they're like harder. Twizzlers
Oh no,
are
I'm
easier
eating
to
the
eat.
squishy. I'm going for the easier route because I'm always for that.
Steffer says, she goes, I read about the trans lady getting executed. So was she a guy and got executed as a woman, or was she a woman got executed as a guy? How do they do that? Because your DNA states that you're female.
I hate the fact this has become a normal like topic of conversation. Like I just want to say FJB.
Okay, think about how many transgender murder people are going to get away with now, because they're going to be looking for a female.
Yes.
And it's going to have a sex change.
Mm-hmm.
This is again another way for our country to do this. And I'm not against
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not against people having their own sexual preference. The
Yeah, but
problem
that
is
doesn't
it's
mean they
gonna
should be held like they should get held to different lighters. You know, they're exploiting another freaking crack in the judicial system, and there's a freaking enough as it is.
she said it's a male living as a female. So he's going to have male DNA, and they're out looking for a male, and it's really a female. This is really going to make this kind of, criminal justice even that much harder.
Right. And that much less accountable,
This is one of the controversies I had with having,
Gender-neutral
multi-sexual bathrooms.
Yes.
Bathrooms.
It's like freaking opening up a playing field for pedos is the way I look at it, but I'm sorry not to be offensive, but that's just how I see it.
That's exactly what I said. And I don't have anything against anybody's personal preference.
Yeah, but
sexuality.
keep that in where there's no way to not be offensive. I'm just gonna move on.
And it's one of those controversial subjects. Like, you'll get someone in here and they'll chew us in a new one. I know we're going to get a bad thumbs down on this conversation, but if you think about it in legal terms or how it can affect the criminal justice system, it's going to throw another monkey in their wrench.
Yeah, freaking nay. There's enough monkeys in the wrenches and the asshats.
Asshat. You go me no schmeck. I went behind one. Learned Taekwondo. Oh, wait, sorry. I gotta tell you something.
What?
Snaps. Wait, hold on. Wait, where's back chat? Hold on.
Oh god, I had a sneaking suspicion it's going to be about a buffalo.
I found this out. And I'm assuming this is why you have someone made that?
No, it was just luck.
I figured that's why the meme was even made.
I didn't know.
As a greeter. It's on his employment record.
Oh god, ow, ow.
You can thank Bill.
I said I thought I had a sneaking suspicion it had to do with a buffalo. Put the lotion on the skin.
He's on a mission right now, by the way. Yeah.
As we speak, is that why that's his excuse for not being here? Because I'm working and talking.
Yeah. No, yeah, he wasn't feeling too hot, and so he actually went home from work because remember his blood sugar was down yesterday, and so he had taken some of those glucose tablets or whatnot, and
thanks, Bill.
Oh, so what's wrong? All the excuses used. So wrong. All the excuses used. Thanks, Bill.
Ow! Listen, that's just one of them things where like the universe is just apparently like repaying me for all my. I don't know, because I swear for Lord, I did not know that, but man, does that make it so much funnier?
Oh my gosh. That means that he thinks you know. Steppers. Smack.
That explains why he's so mad.
Smack. Oh, I wish.
Who the fuck you been talking to? How you know that shit? Oh man! Oh shit! Mr. X, go watch. Make sure she don't mention nothing about Walmart.
Okay, moving on. Hey,
Straight
Steppers! How you doing, sweetie? I know we miss Bill. Too bad he don't feel good right now.
Oh, but he'd be laughing, so I'm gonna make sure I timestamp this fucking part. Whoa, whoa. I might even call a Walmart or two.
There's a case where the kid left Amish community for Rumpelstiltskin.
What?
Rumspring?
What?
Is
Is
that what
he
it said?
serious?
Rumspring?
Ow!
Shit, hold on. I'm blind as a bat.
What the fuck is Rumpelstiltskin?
Rumsprina. Gets in trouble, addicted to meth, eventually kills someone and gets off for the most part. Because he's Amish. Huh?
No shit. Is that a cop out? Like because you weren't taught like actual like laws and like what's actual proper etiquette, so you just they didn't know they're like savages. It's to be expected. It's almost like how somebody else acts. Like you should just be expected to be abused because that's how they are. Like kind of I guess, but I didn't know it was actually a get out of jail free card. That's good to know.
Okay.
I mean, not really.
Let's go move to New Hampshire.
If so, I want to be a Mennonite anyway. They're way cooler than all of us. Look at their hats.
You know what? They look so cute. Little Mennonites look so cute. The little boys, they wear little suits all day. And the girls wear dresses, these big old long, like petticoat dresses every day. I could be like 100 degrees outside.
Dude, I could be hot there.
They'll be out there shoveling hay. Dressed up like they're going to church.
Yeah.
It is so cute. I used to buy hay from a cute little Mennonite family.
I want to see a Mennonite family. I've seen it on TV. But listen, I've seen something
She's like,
on
I've seen him on TV.
I've seen this one on like it was an episode of Cops. I seen him pull over this buggy. It was all decked out with like subwoofers and everything. And he was like, it was very funny, but it was one of them like cases that got out of hand because he was like, oh, I'm a sovereign citizen and all. That didn't work out too well. They impounded his buggy.
No, wait. What'd they do with the horsies?
They let him have his horse. They just took the buggy.
Oh my
Because it didn't
goodness.
have lights.
Oh, I wonder if they put little candles in the front.
I don't know, but he sure as hell had some boom boom in there.
Yeah, they're not supposed to have electronics. They're not allowed to have television and radio and stuff.
That's why he said he didn't care, because if he couldn't go back home with it anyway. He just rode his horse. So I don't know, I must have been hiding it out somewhere. Maybe he just got it. I don't know. He looked very young. Could have just been something that was punked, because if it's on Cops, I'm sure it happened in real life, right?
I dropped a link if you'd like to come on up.
Who? Don't be setting me up. Who is it? Who is you? Who is you? I'm just kidding. I see Steffers. Or Lady Luck. Or Bo.
You're welcome to come on up, honey. See, I've been around Kaylee too long.
Yeah, come up here so you can rub off on her and she'll be talking like an Aussie next.
I can't do Aussie. I can do Brit, but I can't do Aussie for some reason. They're close, but it's like, I think it's a syllable change. Like there's no first syllable. There's like no first.
No, it's
part
a
of the
laid
word.
backness in their tone that is just, we got way too much we're way too far wound up to do it.
Steffer says, I can when these guys get on the bus.
Oh my god, is that freaking early? Are you kidding me?
Wait,
Shut
what
your
time-
face.
What time is it?
Oh my god.
It's only 3.
It's 5 here.
Oh, she must be East Coasty.
Probably. It's
Getting the
almost 6
kiddies
here.
off to school.
Oh, she's saying we're loud. Or maybe they're loud. Either way.
It'll be loud. Oh, she's in Michigan. Oh, that's right. Because I think her and Bill were talking about where they were at. Because Bill's like a little off from Detroit area. It's kind of like the center south, something like that. No kids loud. Oh, the babies are loud. They're probably running around. Mom, I'm hungry. Where's my breakfast?
shoes?
Remember, you have one bunny ear and the other bunny ear. Oh, you make one bunny ear and then you make another bunny ear and then you tie them in a little bow.
Sandy
and they
here.
pop out. And they pop out the hole. I already made their bunny eggs. Wait.
Where's your jacket?
Oh, there's maybe there's their breakfast eggs. Kaya Nana's from there too. I have family up there. They've been trying to get me up there forever, and I was like, nope. It's cold. It's so cold.
Hint, hint, Bill. Looks like you better get to warmer seas.
Yeah,
Cold.
no one believes me when I'm like, oh yeah, you go to Nevada or Southern California, it still gets cold. It's what
Pretty
happens
but cold.
when you get spoiled with warm weather like 9 months out of the year. And then all of a sudden it's freezing for like 3 weeks and then it goes back to like comfortable and then it goes back to hot.
We get cold like 2 days, you know.
Oh,
year.
except for this year, right? This year was
No.
bad.
It was all, no, it was cold Christmas and like the day after Christmas, and then it's been back to 60, 80 every day.
Night night, Lady Luck. Thank you for coming in, sweetie. Wow, I can't. Oh, we gotta talk on this. Oh my god.
Fucking Walmart.
I'll have to find out what he sent me.
Ow.
Oh my god, it's the opposite. It's like nasty 9 months out of the year.
And that.
Like summer must be like their 3 months of bliss.
I hate summer here. It's like water.
Man, when I lived in Florida, that humidity was like it wasn't
Yeah.
as bad as Savannah. Savannah was literally like a sauna.
Dude, it's 100% humidity even when it's cold. What do you mean? It freaking sucks. I carry an inhaler. It's just, I probably wouldn't need it if I lived anywhere else, but I'm like, and I've never even smoked. Like, I've never smoked cigarettes or anything, and you would think, like, sometimes, especially if, like, the pollen is really high, I will sound like I've been chain smoking, freaking, what them things are called, Pall Malls or something, like, my entire life, like, 80 years, and I'm like, because I'm, like, super wheezy, like.
Do you have a dehumidifier?
I got all them things, and I have to use all of them, and sometimes I still, like, sound like I got a baby rattle around in there.
When I'm in humid weather, it does that to me too.
I live here.
Like anywhere it's humid, I have to have one. I have a nebulizer.
Yeah, I have all that, but sometimes if it's really bad, like allergy, whatever season, whatever flares me up, like I'll have to have all of them, and those sometimes are hard times. They suck.
Do they make
It's
you
like I get
shaky? Because they
winded.
always make me feel like really like.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like on steroids, like almost like if not like that kind of like a steroid, like a antibiotic, like it makes me feel like I'm jittery, like weird, and then I lose my appetite, and then whenever I do eat, like I feel like I have a weird taste in my mouth. Like I hate the taste of that albuterol stuff. I mean, it works, but I've grown to just really not like it.
Oof. And it tastes bad too.
Yeah, and it leaves a bad aftertaste. You can't brush it off. I've tried.
Steffer says I cannot quit. I've tried and tried.
Quit what?
Probably smoking.
That's so good of me. What am I being congratulated on? Having asthma? What the heck? That's mean. I think it's just where I live. Honestly, I probably would have no lung problems if I wasn't like I think it's just a mixture of because I'm allergic to like everything, and then because of the humidity and all. I think it's just like when it all is combined, there's no way that my bronchial tubes don't do anything other than expand because I'm always coughing or sneezing, and they get freaking inflamed just from the constant motion of it in itself. I know I have a freaking special muscle that I can only pull if I sneeze and cough at the same time.
Is that the bladder muscle?
I don't know, but it feels like I've cracked a freaking rib.
You said, no, you dork, that you don't smoke.
Oh. Oh, well, I think, honestly, it's because I come from a family of chain smokers that I despise it because it was such a freaking... My Meemaw, God bless her soul, and I know if she were in here right now, she's gonna bop me in the head, but Lord, woman! Dude! Crack a freaking window! Like, I used to give her 9 miles of hell because my lungs matter.
All lungs matter.
God, secondhand smoke's worse than yours. Like, freaking A, if you don't care about yourself, I'm right here. She would smoke them back to back to back. Like, she would. Bless her heart, but that's probably why she didn't live to see 70. But you wasn't gonna tell her nothing. She was set in her ways, and you could get the fuck out. That's what she told me. I would
you
go
don't
outside.
like it? Roll down the window.
How do you know that she talked like that? It was winder and yonder.
So
Coyote.
lives up yonder. Yep, down the
Coyote.
road. A
Yeah.
coyote. Let's go play down at the creek.
Yeller.
Man.
Porcupine balls.
Oh my gosh, you have no idea. It's so funny.
I just made
So
porcupine
funny.
balls last night, and my husband's like, if you go on YouTube and say what you're making, they're really gonna fucking think you're some hillbilly roadkill eating son of a bitch.
Oh.
I'm like, oh yeah, because my mom, like, you would really freak out the way that she tell it, especially when somebody'd ask, why do you call it this? And they'd have a mouthful of it, and she'd say, oh, the kids just go out back and wrestle on one of the porcupines and bring them in here, and we just snip out, fry them up, and they're like, what? And I got a mouthful. And I'm like, no, it's rice-a-roni, calm down. Oh man,
Steffers, no, you didn't. You have no idea how long it took me. To not call a restaurant, or I wash my clothes.
Restaurant, a washer. I can't say that sauce.
Worcestershire sauce.
What was that Horshire sauce?
That Horshire sauce.
That's what I call it. I can't say aluminum either.
Aluminum.
Aluminum.
Aluminum foil.
Aluminum. Oh, I can't do it. There should not be a L and an M.
The washer.
It becomes a
dryer.
W. The Horshire sauce.
Don't ask me how to say it.
I can't say.
I don't think I learned how to properly. I don't. Okay, wait. Let me re-say that. I don't think I learned how to properly say that till I was probably 26.
I'm not the only one that can't say aluminum. I don't feel like when the L and the M is that close together, it just in my brain it turns into a W. It turns into a W. Aluminum.
Aluminum.
See?
Aluminum.
I can't say Illuminati either.
Are you tongue tied?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. My son
What does that
is
mean?
tongue-tied. So tongue tied means where that little piece of skin that's under your tongue, when you stick it out, like you can't stick out your tongue very far.
If you freaking solve another life hack for me, like, oh, maybe this is. What the? Have you think if I hadn't looked at my hand, I've looked at that fucking skin under my tongue?
Can you stick your tongue out far?
I don't. I got it pierced. I mean, I could touch my nose with my tongue if I'm being honest.
Oh, well, then you're not tongue tied. So if you were tongue tied,
I'm just retarded.
You wouldn't be able to stick it out all the way. It'll
stick
split.
it out,
It'll
all
look
right.
like it'll look like a little heart. Like I don't know how to explain. You'd have to Google it. I don't.
I'm gonna little stud in the mouth. That's a lot. Let me see. I got a weird tongue too.
Warsher.
I thought you were saying tongue tied like in my Twitter page.
Oh, I love Twitter page. That's Thumper.
That's what that bunny is from.
Mm-hmm.
That's Flower.
Mm-hmm.
She's so sweet,
Aw,
but you.
He said, I think Bambi's Twitter pated. If you can't say something nice, then don't say nothing at all.
Oh God.
I
I'm
watched
so glad
way
Bill's
too many
not here.
cartoons.
Didn't I still do?
Goodness
Do you
gracious,
want to build
girlfriend.
a snowman?
We're at like 73%
What does that mean?
in subs. We're 73.3% there.
Holy crap. Now we gotta get the watch hours.
Mm-hmm.
How many are there?
Let me open it. We're about 15% there.
Wait.
We're at almost 500.
Holy crap, that's still a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I was thinking about this and I was like, I don't know why I didn't think about this earlier. I could like open up like 50 different windows all playing at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. On all three of my devices, I'm like, yeah, let's start with this one, and then one of them I'll actually be listening to and the other one are muted, and I'm like, I wonder if it matters if it's the speed, and I'm like, oh, I don't want it to be that something that little and to be like, oh, I gotta do it again, so I'm just like normal. My husband's like, you got an obsession. I said, there's a method to my madness, don't ask. Like, he's like, really? How can you listen to all three of them? I said, I'm not, you idiot. He said, then why are they all on? I said, just. He's like, can I have one? No.
We're working on it.
And be quiet so you don't interrupt mine.
It's so cute you guys get along so good. That is adorable.
Oh, it's cute until it's not.
Everybody has their downs.
Well,
I
it's just
feel.
like we're so much like alike, so it's like when we clash, it's usually not something minor because we're both so set in our ways, so it's usually like it'll be something little, but it'll be something like, okay, we're not gonna budge, and we both know that about each other, so we'll try to find little ways around like tricking each other into budging.
Steph, where's your mom from? Is she from the dirty South?
Who? What? Who?
Steffer says her mom can't say aluminum foil.
Somebody's gonna clip that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
Did you see Oscar in my picture? Look, there's Oscar. He's right under law. Oscar the lawman.
He's got a freaking booking number.
Mm-hmm. He does. Literally. He's got his little pokey number. We got to work on. We got to work. Yep, we're gonna put out a what is it called? A GoFundMe for his lobster fund. Oscar's lobster fund. Grandma promised him, or Auntie Rhea promised him to get him lobster for Christmas. He was talking to me the last time he was on live. He's like, meow, 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 meow. He's so cute. I always wanted a black kitty cat.
I despise cats.
I'm allergic to them.
Me too.
They're making me itch. I start looking like Hitch. Like literally my eyeballs will swell up like Hitch. Oh, it is not funny. It is not cute at all. You'll see me running through the house like, oh my God, where's the Benadryl Visine?
I was like the first one in my, okay, I'm not gonna say it like a big mass, but like I was the first one in my realm of people that realized cat scratch fever is not just a song.
Cat scratch fever.
Yeah, that shit was not fun.
Oh my goodness. Steffers, you want a card reading? Oh wait, we have to wait till the babies go to school. Darn it. We only got like 20 more minutes, I think. What time do they go to school? They got to be in school by 8.
Shoot, I had to be on the bus at like at least a good 2.5 hours before school started because you got to get a real good early start when you're out that far in the boonies. Like an hour bus ride every day, one way. Ugh.
Ooh, Elon Musk. Ooh, here's a new tweet. Elon Musk. He said the U.S. government agency demanded suspension of 250,000 accounts, including journalists and Canadian officials.
Fucking little bully bitches.
I like Elon Musk. Don't judge.
I said little bully bitches. Like he's calling them out. Like what right do you have to block them just because they didn't agree with the narrative? Like just because they had a different opinion doesn't mean they should have any less freedom of speech. You know. Don't even get me started.
It says 11, the GEC report appeared based on the DHS data circulated earlier this week that included accounts that followed two or more Chinese diplomat accounts. They reportedly ended up with a list of nearly 250,000 names long and included Canadian officials and a CNN account.
What? That is really odd behavior for somebody of that. How do you say it's not biased? Let me say nothing.
Like, let me say nada.
Yeah, because there's no way that I could not offend somebody with what I was going to say, so I'm just not going to say it.
I think we all need a little bit of this in our diet. Little bunny foo-foo hopping through the forest.
Ow! God damn it!
She's like, come on.
Thinking it's going to be something fucking therapeutic or something like healthy to eat. Ow! Oh!
She was hanging out in Walmart.
Oh, God damn. You don't know if I have a gun. You don't know if I have a knife.
I'm gonna go buy some baby pink shirts, and I'm gonna make you one of these.
It's gotta be baby pink.
Yeah, it's gotta be this baby pink. So then her inside, like her eyes and her ears, are that baby pink color.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna make some of these.
She's got your eyelashes though.
No, look at the little giraffe lashes. I could make her my screen background, huh? Like this. Isn't she adorable?
Like a little gremlin. Just don't feed it after midnight.
Oh, she's so cute. I should make her my background. Let's see. Let's see if I can even do it. Let's see how it would look. Yeah, she looks a little wide.
Ow! Ow! Oh.
Let's see. I know I'm goofy.
She's a little wide.
She need to lay off them
Twinkies.
Twinkies.
What you won't say it to her face, not with that knife.
She'd be like, you want to come get sliced?
Yeah, you better get back away from the Twinkies.
Oops. I don't know what I did. Well, gosh darn it. Ooh, it's like we're in the Twilight Zone. It's so quiet. We got 6 people watching. Why aren't y'all talking? Come on, come talk with us. Come talk with us.
Ow! I think I put a muscle. It's turning when I'm not even laughing.
You want to play
Oh,
a game?
it's broken.
I want this one. But I don't want it to fill. That's what it is. Fit. Oh, there she is. Now she's kind of cute. And then we'll give her a cute background. Like this. Oh, we can make it custom. Oh.
Oh no. Dying.
There, does that blend? Oh, kind of, huh? No, it's not pink enough. We need it more pinky. Oh, this is kind of hard. Obviously, my vision is not good. Oh, wait, can I click on the picture and find out what color it is? It's almost like it's this color. Oh, it still looks too dark, but it's okay. There. Oh, that'll be cute. Oh, where did she go? She done left me. She rage quitted. So what are you up to, Steffers? I will be right back. I am back. Okay. All that laughing. My goodness. Okay, let's see here. What else can we research on this? Any new news for this Bryan? Okay. So while we wait for Kaylee to come back, rage quitter, she's fired. Just kidding. So this was done an hour ago. This is from Newsweek. It says Bryan Kohberger is keen to know what's in the sealed affidavits. So this is the gentleman that was accused of the slayings in Idaho. Let's see what they have to say. He's 28. He agreed to on Tuesday, which was yesterday, to be extradited from Pennsylvania, where he was arrested at his parents' home. And extradited, if you're not sure what that means, it just means that he's being transported from the state that he is currently residing back to the state where these took place, the incidents took place. So investigators say that this gentleman, Kohberger, was the one that broke into the rental home in Moscow and fatally stabbed Kaylee Gonzalez. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Madison Morgan, Zaina Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin on November 13th. He's a PhD student and a teaching assistant in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University in Pullman. So they're stating that they have probable cause affidavit outlining the evidence for this incident. And so he was arrested at his parents' home. And he had court today. So earlier we reviewed this this news brief earlier in our live. I was trying to see if there was any new news, if anything else had been released yet. I don't know if it's quite a quirk that it says that the affidavit in court documents remaining sealed is a quirk. No, I just think that they want to keep this, close to their chest. It could potentially affect the case's outcome. Oh, they're saying a so-called gag order, which makes sense. Because if the information gets out, then potentially could affect the case. Exactly, right here. So Jason Labar, the chief public defender in Monroe County, representing. Oh, so Jason is going to be the public defender. Or maybe this is the public defender. Oh, it is the public defender. So I guess this is the public defender that's going to be representing him once he gets back to Idaho. Is Jason Labar. And Bryan believes that he is going to be exonerated. Labar said during his appearance on Tuesday. So I wonder if this was a setup to make him look guilty. If there's a strong DNA evidence against him, I think he could take a plea. I'd want to get there as soon as possible, too, if I was innocent. Get it over with. I'm very curious to see when they'll be moving him. We will have to check back in tomorrow, maybe Thursday. Maybe Thursday, because I think we have bingo night Wednesday, late night bingo night Wednesday, and then we will check back in on this on Thursday. Yes, yes. I am going to check out for now, but I will be checking back in either late tomorrow around 10 for late night bingo, or Thursday. I might do Thursday afternoon. I will look at the calendar. Thursday afternoon, we'll check in and see what's going on with this Bryan Kohberger case. Okay? Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Much love to you. You all have a wonderful evening. God bless.